was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. How are you doing? The time right now is 1 minute past 6 o'clock. And it is time for us to get into this thing that we like calling the People's Breakfast, because it is indeed the People's Breakfast. With me, Mungana Mbuvi and Siti Muga. Siti, once again, good morning. How are you doing, bro?
Thanks, Paul. How are you?
Mi niko salama pia.
Yes.
It is the 16th day.
Yes.
We are now past the halfway mark of the month. Yeah, but it is the 16th day of December 2025. And some of the significant things in history, as I was checking them out, include some, do I call them interesting? Let me just say it for you so that you can decide whether they're interesting, bizarre, or otherwise. So, for instance, in the 1930s and 1940s, this is what happened. In 1939, the historical film epic Gone with the Wind premiered in Atlanta, Georgia, which was a major cultural event in the U.S., and that's, what gave birth to the film industry as we know it all over the world. Then in 1942, Britain handed Madagascar over to French administration. Watu walikuwa wanatubadilisha tu hivi venye wanataka. Kiamua amechoka na wewe leo anakupatia kwa mwingine endelee na hiyo life.
These are people who are exchanging their properties, Chief.
Yes. And Africa was their property, according to them.
Well, the people in it also. By the time you have a policy that allows you to own another human being, so that's property.
Yeah, indeed it is.
It's property that you own. So.
And then in 1973, the American Psychiatric Association removed homosexuality from its list of mental disorders. This was a mental disorder up until 1973. Hey. 1978, the U.S. announced formal recognition of the People's Republic of China, effective January 1st, 1979.
Repeat that again.
In 1979?
Yes.
78. So in 1978, the United States announced formal recognition of the People's Republic of China, effective January 1st, 1979, severing ties with Taiwan.
I don't understand. Are they saying that up to that point, the Republic of China didn't exist?
Well, the U.S. recognized them. It's like they were there, but the U.S. was like,
And it mattered why?
Yeah, now that would need to get into the politics of it. But yes, it is what it is, man.
During the march of Mao Zedong and his people,
yeah,
there was a general, Chiang Kai-shek, whom they had fought with, and he settled in Taiwan. Taiwan, there were two Chinas. There was Taiwan and there was mainland China. And because Taiwan opted for the capitalistic way of life, not necessarily democratic, just capitalistic.
Yeah.
Recognizing it as a state meant that you were at odds with China. Because China claimed it as their own.
Yes.
The Americans thought otherwise.
Yeah.
So now this, in theory, the fight was over ideologies. In theory.
Yeah. So these people, the Chinese, let me call them the Chinese, because at the end of the day, even Taiwan is more, they speak the same language.
They are Chinese.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
It's just that
people in Hong Kong are Chinese. It's a Chinese. People in Singapore, Chinese. Yeah. I mean, there are other communities.
Yes.
But the people who govern those areas are Chinese. Forget these long stories. They are Chinese.
Now, these two countries call themselves differently. So, of course, Taiwan is what the rest of the world knows them as. But they are actually called the Republic of China.
Yes, the other one is called the People's Republic
of China.
Yes.
Sasa.
Look, why is it that the British handed over Hong Kong to China in 1997?
Why?
Well, they knew it was a Chinese
territory.
Yes, but they had control over it for 100 years. So that 100 years came to an
end.
Was it 100, 200? Came to an end. So they had to hand it what? Over.
Back to the original people.
Yes.
But now here's the thing. Hong Kong has got its own government, has got its own,
in theory.
Yes.
The Chinese People's Democracy.
So and then there's another.
The Chinese Communist Party has had its tenterhooks in Hong Kong since 1997.
Yes.
And there's been a constant back and forth. One with the freedom of the press, one with basic human rights like the freedom to assemble. Yes.
Yeah.
They have been trying to assert the authority on Hong Kong, while yet claiming that it is a democratic country.
Yes.
So Hong Kong has had its ups and downs.
Another territory also, which is also known as the Las Vegas of the East, that is Macau. Also them in a similar situation. The interesting thing is they also drive on different sides of the road. Like you literally just cross over, and it's just a bridge separating them. But
Separating who?
These two territories. Now this is the China and Macau. The moment you get into this place, even the driving, ile side ya barabara ulikuwa unafaa kuendesha inabadilika.
Who do you know who the colonizers of Macau were?
Who are they? Again, the British.
No, I think it was the Portuguese.
But really?
The point, oh yes. But remember, you're talking about Asia, Southeast Asia. There were territories that the French had control over.
Yeah.
Cambodia. The areas that the British, like India, had a control over. Goa, which is part of India, was colonized by the Portuguese.
Yeah.
Yes. So, again, back to the question of, so these people could just exchange. Well, they, as far as they were concerned, they owned the territory. It was theirs.
Now, on to a different story. This one is currently also still trending. There's a place in Sydney known as Bondi. I don't know if you've seen it in the news lately. There was an attack there. Two gunmen actually, father and son, attacked people who were celebrating some Jewish celebration. I think it's called the Hanukkah or something. I could be wrong on that, but they were celebrating in a beach somewhere. This is now called the Bondi Beach. Mimi ningeita Bondi. But as I was watching CNN yesterday, they were saying Bondi. So anyway, so they were at the Bondi Beach, and then these two gunmen appeared out of nowhere and just started shooting randomly at these folks. Now, there's one specific, do I call him citizen or what, of Bondi, who stopped one of the gunmen, the father of the other gunman. Came and grabbed his gun, took the gun away from this particular person and ended up saving God knows how many lives. Well, eventually 15 people have been confirmed dead from that particular Bondi attack. But my focus is on this brave person who went in and just risked his life and grabbed the gun from one of the shooters. This person, as of 40 minutes ago, through a GoFundMe, fundraising, they have contributed so far $2,261,000 USD for this person, for his bravery. 2 million bob. Okay, not bob, dollars. 2
million bob dollar.
Yeah. Let's call it 2 million bucks, as they would call it in the United States. 2 million has been raised so far for that Sydney hero. That is through a GoFundMe setup. And let me tell you something. 2 million right now in Kenya shillings, that's roughly 260 million. And this money is and counting. Like, perhaps by the time the fund is stopped, I don't know at what point it shall be stopped, but by the time it's stopped, this person will be hella rich, for lack of a better word. But what he did is what is outstanding. This person literally risked his life. If you watch that video, it's all over social media. You can actually check it out.
What is interesting is that it is assumed, or the narrative is that,
yes,
it was an Islamic State-inspired attack, anti-Semitic. Now, you must understand, when you say anti-Semitic,
yeah,
Jews and Arabs are both Semites, just so that you understand. So that no one is more Semitic than the other.
Yeah.
But what is of interest is the person who actually went on to the bystander who halted this particular attack.
Yeah.
Is a Muslim. Ahmed Al-Ahmed.
Yes.
Yes. So when a narrative is spoken of, and it is said that this is an anti-Semitic, and it's in that short time, did these people declare that they were representing the Islamic State?
Well, from me, I'm assuming the reason why they called it what they called it is because some kind of investigation was done, preliminary one was done. But let me ask you something. Is it possible for me to be racist against my own race?
Yes.
Yeah?
It's possible.
So I think it could be anti-Semitic because...
But even if you're talking about people anti-Semitism, the Germans who are anti-Semitic were not Muslims, were they?
No, they were not.
So
well, I wouldn't know if all of them were Muslims.
People who have had issues against the Jews, the issue that we have in Gaza, this is recent. And the problem began in the 1940s after the Second World War, the Balfour Declaration, and the nonsensical interference that the British and the French imposed in that particular region that has brought about this problem. The problem didn't exist before then. Okay? Anti-Semitism has existed in countries that were predominantly white. There were no Muslims there. There were no Arabs to speak of. Okay? So the narrative that every time some people of Jewish persuasion are attacked, immediately the narrative is about the Muslims. If indeed it is Islamic State, they will explain and tell us why.
Yeah.
But the thinking, that is a narrative that is being spun. First of all, I've been looking, there is no mention of the nationality of these individuals, the father and son who were attacked. Is it indicated there?
Well, from the post I'm looking at here, no.
One thing that is certain, that the police shot this man dead. His son is in
both of them were shot dead.
No, the son is in custody.
They both were, because I watched that video. Both of them were shot down unless...
No, the son is in custody.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. I can see here from CNN, apparently, Bondi gunmen traveled to Philippines ahead of attack motivated by Islamic State ideology. Anyway, you can get more of this story by the way, palendani ya mitandao. Meanwhile, sisi tupatie kitu inaitwa methali ya leo kabla tuweze kuingia katika mtandao wa radiogeneration.co.ke.
Because of waiting too long, we are still in Congo Brazzaville, the Republic of Congo, not DRC. Because of waiting too long, the gorilla lost its tail.
Because of waiting too long, the gorilla lost its tail.
Gorillas don't have a tail.
I know, but what were they waiting for that made them lose the tail?
Haven't you heard, for instance, as when I was young, it would say, for instance, remember there are times when the sun is shining and it's raining at the same time?
Yes.
It was a phenomenon that was explained to me traditionally, and I was told the monkeys are having a wedding.
Wanasema nini? There's a Kamba
equivalent.
Similar, equivalent that says that when it's raining while the sun is shining, it's a hyena that is giving birth.
See? Same way. That's how the gorilla lost its tail.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Chelewa utapata mwana si wako. Kwa hivyo walichelewa wakapata ile ni nini haiko. That's quite interesting. Yeah. Ya Kikamba?
Yeah.
Oh, anasema niseme na Kikamba?
Yeah.
That's our producer called Edna. How do they say it in Kikamba?
How am I supposed to know?
No, I'm trying to now. I'm trying to.
Yes, and you direct the question at me. How am I supposed to know?
Let me tell you. No, it's me thinking out loud. Let me tell you what usually happens. When I come to work, I have to leave my Kamba at the gate. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
What does it look like? So that when we leave, I can say, oh, that's Paul's Kamba over there sitting by that wall. Look, when you remember, you'll tell us.
All I know is, well, I don't know the exact saying and how it's said, but let me attempt, yeah? Haina inaitwa Mbiti in Kikamba.
So if I know of someone called Mbiti, that guy is actually Haina.
Actually, there are people called Mbiti. You're right. Yes.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah. So Mbiti is haina in Kikamba. Ko uona kukiwa kwena sua ni Mbiti kwekata ikusia.
You know the language is very rhythmical.
Yes, and it's very beautiful.
It is spoken very
It's very melodic.
It's very rhythmical.
Yes.
Able to repeat again?
Uona kuwa sua ya kanite ni Mbiti ikusia. But I'm paraphrasing because it can be said differently by different people.
The paraphrase, it sounds very good.
Hey.
Yes.
Yeah. Kwa utulike katika. I'm sorry. So now you see. I had left my kamba.
All right. Return your kamba at the gate, please.
Yeah. I have to chase it away.
Then we can pick
I have to chase it
up
away.
or him up.
Wait, kikamba di.
Yes.
Let's get back to English.
Oh, it's these go.
These.
We, in my language, these also go.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Nice.
Spell DHI.
And how do you tell someone come?
B.
Ah.
These go.
Yes.
It's just the tone.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah. But I wouldn't be shocked if, because of the fact that we are in one large community called Kenya, maybe at one point words were exchanged.
Wewe mazetu kumbali na nyinyi.
Ni kweli?
Jaribu tu lakini na sisi tuko.
But I like that methali.
Yes.
The gorilla alipoteza mkia sababu alingoja sana.
Alikuwa akangoja akashtuka mwana si wake sio.
Kwa in this case mkia si wake.
Ndio hivyo basi.
Nimependa hiyo. All right, join us on radiogeneration.co.ke, and that means that you'll get to see us live and perhaps get to tell us in your own language what it means when the sun is shining and it's raining, or any other methali for that matter in your mother tongue. On YouTube, it's Radio Generation Kenya. That's where you'll also get to interact with us and let us know your thoughts as far as some of the things or all the things we shall be talking about going forward. I'll see you. Sawa. Let me see what's currently trending. One of the top stories here, written by Bradley Bosire. Cabinet clears Convention Bureau as Kenya gears up for tripartite summit. What is this all about? Let's find out. The Cabinet has given the green light for the rollout of the Kenya National Convention Bureau as Kenya steps up preparations to host the 4th COMESA EAC SADC Tripartite Summit set for mid-2026. So we shall have COMESA, the East Africa Community, and the South African Development Corporation together in one room. This is awesome. I think these people should just become one big, lovely body because we are all the same people anyway. All these countries speak Kiswahili. Now, the approval marks a key move by the government to strengthen the country's readiness for major regional meetings while raising Kenya's standing as a preferred venue for global conferences and events. In a cabinet dispatch dated December 15th, the cabinet said the decision is part of wider efforts to place Kenya among top destinations for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions. The cabinet noted that the Bureau will play a central role in supporting regional integration, growing economic ties, and expanding high-value tourism linked to large international gatherings. Isn't that beautiful? Mid-2026 looks like we shall be gearing up for some major traffic jams in this Nairobi of ours. Unless, of course, they decide to hold these meetings in a place like Mombasa or Kisumu. But remember the last time we had a meeting here in Kenya. I can't remember the name of that meeting, but we hosted it, and then we had a lot of billionaires in the country. One of them was this gentleman from China. Why am I forgetting his name? This guy who owns Alibaba. That guy, I'm forgetting his name, but I'll remember it. He came here with a huge Chinese delegation of development, his friends in the business, and then they came here, and Nairobi was literally at a standstill for about 3 days. CBD ungeingia CBD na utoke vizuri kwa amani. Magari nakumbuka hata policemen were all over some of the major areas because that place, the meeting was taking place at KICC, yeah. So around Parliament Road, side ya pale Hilton kukuja hivi, I'm forgetting the name of that road, you couldn't access with a vehicle. You had to literally leave your car on the outskirts of those particular roads and then walk into the CBD. It was crazy. So I cannot imagine what the COMESA EAC SADC Tripartite Summit is going to do to the traffic in this particular area. Hotels were booked to the brim. hungepata nyumba hata moja katika hizi mahoteli kubwa. And it was a good thing for business, of course. So I can only imagine what Comesa EAC Sadak will do. Wish them all the best as far as that is concerned. There's another story here. Naivasha Kisumu SGR urban transport project set for funding and a new cabinet-backed model. So yesterday the cabinet did a lot. Let's see. The Naivasha Kisumu standard gauge railway is among key transport projects lined up for support under a new financing plan approved by the cabinet as the government shifts to speed up infrastructure delivery while reducing strain on public funds. In a cabinet dispatch, the government said that the new financing model will focus on drawing in private capital and widening funding options for priority transport projects that have faced delays due to high upfront costs under public funding alone. The approach is aimed at unlocking stalled projects while ensuring better planning and shared responsibility between the public and the private sector. Let me ask you something, CT.
Ask.
Kawaida kutoka hapa hadi Kisumu, if you're driving, it probably will take you 5 to 6 hours, right?
Yeah.
So
depends on an normal
average
day, nothing. Yeah, 6.
When you're driving at safe speeds.
Even if you're not driving at safe speeds, you will drive at the same speed. You know why? If you have a road that has other users, the other users will slow you down whether you like it or not. It's not the expressway. Okay, so 6 hours. Yes.
Now, with the introduction of the SGR, it should take you, what, 2 hours to get to Kisumu?
Slightly more.
Maybe 3?
Yes.
Max?
No, not max. Around 3.
Yeah.
3 point something.
I think it could be less.
No,
I think it's probably
how
like
long
2.5.
does the SGR take you from here to
Mtito and Day?
No, to Mombasa, bro.
Okay, to Mombasa it's 5 hours.
Is it 5 or 6 hours?
Is it 5.5? It's actually, no, if you can't get 6. If you
5.5
can't get 6.
hours.
Yeah, to 75.
Then it's 3 hours. Yes.
Hii ya Kisumu unaona wakimaliza na watumie ile speed ya SGR ya Mombasa
3 hours.
Naona ikichukua 2 hours.
3.
Okay, wewe itakuchukua 3 meter nichukua 2.
The same train.
Yeah.
And since the same train, why is it that it
me nitafika 2 hours, wewe utafika 3 hours later, but yes, we'll be on the same
the same point that we will have reached.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah. It's one of those theory of relativity conundrums we will never understand. Yeah. So but this is a good thing. This is a good thing. But they have been talking about this SGR for a while.
What I don't understand is why they didn't have 2 railway lines. What stopped us from reviving the old railway line and then creating this one also?
Good question. So I'm assuming there is no train that goes to Kisumu currently.
There should be.
I wouldn't know because I don't use it and I've never
I
been
also
interested.
haven't used it in a very long time. There should be. The point I'm making here is a simple one. When you're creating a new railway line, what stops you from reviving the old one? So that you actually have 2 rail services.
Yeah. Perhaps use one for cargo, but the SGR ikwe ya passenger or both. But sana imze ikwe
An
ya
alternative.
cargo.
I'm saying this because I've seen this in other countries that I've visited. Yes, where you have the chuk train, the SGR train.
Kwanza inatumia steam engine.
Then you have the shoop.
Yeah, the bullet train. Countries that have got bullet trains such as Germany, China, Japan. You know, I'm usually astounded by some of the facts that I encounter. You hear of one traversing huge distances of, let's even say 1,000 kilometers in literally a couple of hours. Like someone works in this town but sleeps in this town that is 1,000 kilometers away. I think for me it's astounding. It's crazy. It's mind-boggling. Because you can imagine.
It is mind-boggling.
You can imagine hapa tunang'ang'ananga kutafuta makazi Nairobi kwa sababu, and of course makazi Nairobi because of few opportunities. Yeah, but can you imagine if you were to find an opportunity in Turkana? And I'm sure there is an opportunity in Turkana that someone in Nairobi can actually use and I mean do. But the problem here is when you think about having to look for accommodation in Turkana, moving your family to Turkana, or vice versa, Turkana to Nairobi, Now you can imagine if you can work in Turkana, which is about 700 kilometers away. Actually, I think it's more. But yeah, 700 kilometers away. You wake up in the morning, you go to work in Turkana, but get back to Nairobi and be with your family.
Because of the thicker highway before it became the thicker superhighway, there are very many people who actually lived in Thika and worked in Nairobi.
Yes.
There are many people who lived in Murang'a and worked in Nairobi. With the superhighway, people moved even further. You see, suburbs in the western sense of the word is not a place which is around the corner. It could be 100 kilometers away. But because of the rail network, it's not a problem.
I actually have neighbors currently who work in Makueni, Machakos, but in the evening they'll get back home.
They don't have traffic jams wherever it is they're going.
Not as much as you'd expect. There is traffic, but not as much.
I said jam. They don't have, there's traffic but no jams.
Yeah.
Now, the point has been made. Because the road network is good, it is possible to do that.
But even with our current setup, I cannot live in Mombasa but still live in Syokimau. I just wish we would have those options, like they do in places like China, Japan, where you work 700, 1,000 kilometers away, and it literally takes you an hour to get to work.
You see, the Chinese story and even the Rwandese story, if we leave what is happening in DRC aside, what it tells you is that an alternate way of running a government and having a different philosophy, political philosophy, can actually be beneficial.
Yeah.
Because the Chinese Communist Party and the way in which they've gone about things,
yes,
for all purposes, intents and purposes, it was a command economy for a very long time. But in the absence of that, China wouldn't have gotten the way it is now.
Yeah.
This Singapore people keep talking about, if it wasn't for a leadership that understood that a certain firm hand was necessary, it would not be where it is now. That firm hand is sometimes necessary. Yes. So, again, what works for you? What works for you?
Yeah. One last story from the cabinet. It looks like today we'll just talk about this cabinet. There's this one is by Bradley Bosiri again. Cabinet approves rollout of second generation smart driving licenses. So the cabinet has approved the rollout of second generation smart driving licenses under a public-private partnership, marking a major step in the government's effort to modernize driver licensing and enhance road safety. In a statement issued after a cabinet meeting on Monday, the government said that the new smart licenses will integrate advanced digital features, including an instant fines system, a mobile license wallet, and a driver merit and demerit points framework. I'm okay with all this, but hapo kwa mobile...
First of all, do you understand what those things are?
Yeah. For example, here they're saying instant fines system. You see, today what happens is an officer arrests you for a traffic offense.
Stops you first.
Right. No, we've gotten to the point where you've actually been arrested. You're taken all the way to the station so they can,
book you.
Exactly. Now, number one, that is time wasting.
According to whom?
According to me. Yeah, it's time wasting. Because it's not like that you've committed...
When you've caused an offense, why are you complaining about an inconvenience?
Sikiza nani, city. Haimaanishi sasa, kazi yangu ama siku yangu isimame because of a traffic offense. It's not I've not killed anyone.
It doesn't matter. You've broken the law.
I've broken the law, but let me finish. Pay the price. Yeah, I will pay. I'm not saying I won't pay. Kulipa now tutalipa. Actually, even CJ Kome yesterday has said, can we just stop paying bribes to the police officers on the roads? But that's besides the point. The thing is...
What should we pay them instead?
Respect. But what I'm trying to say here is, it's a traffic... For example, let's say I'm driving without displaying my insurance. All right? It's an offense, right? But that shouldn't stop me from getting to work if I was going to work, or going home if I was going home. Yeah.
Okay.
Tumalizane hapo kwa barabara. Kama ni fine, munikule fine yangu, hiyo kadi yangu ya license muchukue muifanye kenye mnafaa kuifanya, munifine na maisha yaendelee.
So you've caused an offense and you also want to dictate how you should be treated?
No. I am just saying that some of these things are just time wasting.
That's the whole point. You're supposed to be inconvenienced.
No.
You think they do not know they're inconveniencing
in this
you.
economy, you want to inconvenience me.
Yes.
I'm trying to make money. I'm trying to pay taxes.
Who told you to cause that offense? Who told you?
Sometimes people forget, CT.
Well, now you will, once you're inconvenienced, you will really remember.
You could be driving, but you see, at the end of the day, I'm still going to pay this fine.
Yes, you are.
Why waste my time and still make me pay this fine?
That's the whole point. You will never commit that offense again. Your time will be taken. You will be thoroughly inconvenienced, and then you will pay the fine.
That is why people prefer bribing as opposed to paying the fines.
Nope.
Yes.
People prefer bribing because they simply do not want to be accountable for the errors they have made.
No. Let me tell you something. People will accept to be punished if the process is, number one, very clear, and number two, very convenient.
Punishment is never convenient, Paul.
But it should be. It should be.
Where is punishment? Give me an example of convenient punishment.
I see it all over the Western world.
Forget the Western world.
No. You've asked where it happens. Here, of course, it is very inconveniencing. But huko kwingine, unapatikana traffic offense, you're booked, you're given your paper, you're told appear in court, or you are fined, and life goes on. You don't have
even when you're inconvenienced, life goes on.
You don't have to be arrested, taken to court, waste 16 hours eventually to pay the same 5,000.
Paul, don't commit the offense.
No. Sometimes, CT, you do not commit an offense because you intended to commit that offense. Sometimes you just find yourself in that offense. And
that car, when you're driving, you found yourself in it. You didn't deliberately enter the car go somewhere.
For example, there are people who own several vehicles, okay? And the insurance maturity dates are different. For example, expiry dates, are different. So maybe one vehicle has its insurance expiring in July. Another one is expiring in October. You might be confused and forget, and then drive the one that expired in July, and you're driving it in October.
And that excuse that you're speaking of on air will hold in a court of law.
Listen, I'm not saying that it should hold in a court of law. An offense is an offense, all right? And ignorance is not defense. But umenipata sawa, sijaua mtu, nimeendesha gari iko na expired insurance. Fine yangu ni how much?
Change your insurance broker.
5,000 shika.
My friend, change your insurance broker. Everything you've said so far you could have avoided.
How?
What do you mean? So you're the one who owns the car?
Yes.
Have a broker who reminds you and even sends you a notice and says, here is 1 month's insurance in lieu of whatever, so that you know these are things. There is nothing you've said that cannot be avoided. And because you are careless and you did not, that is not a reason for somebody to suddenly make it convenient for you to be able to sort out a problem you could have avoided in the first place.
Siti wewe ni holier than thou.
No, I'm not being holier than thou.
Unakuwa holier than thou.
That particular instrument that you just mentioned is supposed to cure all this.
Which instrument? The phone?
No, the smart driving license.
That's what I'm saying. When I have a smart driving license, you don't need to take me to the police stations. You tow my cars, you take it where, and it's something I can just sort within minutes.
You are one of those people who cause the offense, and then you want people to no. You know, for this offense, what you should do is don't take me to court. No, in fact, don't take me to the police. In fact,
as a matter of fact,
bro, don't cause the offense.
Pana City. Saa zingine unapatianga mtu stress, unamshika unampeleka huko police station, anaanza kushikwa, anaanza kupatwa na trauma, anaanza kuona maabusu huko, alikuwa anaenda kazini, sasa unaona umemharibia kazi, apigiwe simu na mdosi amfute kazi kwa sababu amechelewa juu ya traffic offense, juu alisahau sijui ya ID yake ama sijui ni driving license, ama juu alisahau kurenew insurance yake. Hajaua mtu, mtu tu ni binadamu kama wewe. Chances zani ni bayako.
You do know that everything you've said I disagree with, so let's move on, shall we?
Traffic.
Let's check out the traffic. Make sure CT doesn't become a police officer, because if he does, we are all damned. There's a place here called Agwings Kodek. It's looking good at this particular hour. There's where is this now? Gong Road looking good apart from the junctions. I usually tell you it will take you literally a few seconds to get through that particular traffic in those particular junctions, but everything else after that is looking good. Melili Road inakaa iko sawa sawa. Hapa ni Mukenya Road as well, looking good. Mariakani Road looking good. Dar es Salaam Road also no complaints. But if we go onto the major highway known as Mombasa Road, traffic is also not looking bad, apart from, now where is this? This is as you're approaching South Sea. Yeah, that place is looking bad. on both sides of the road. So whether you're coming from town or you're heading to town, it's bumper to bumper at that particular area. Another place I'm seeing traffic ni hapa karibu na Big Square, ile pale hivyo Bellevue Shell petrol station. So if you're on oh no, these are guys exiting from the expressway. They're the ones causing traffic, but the main road is looking good. And then we have Likoni Road looking good at this particular hour. Southern Bypass, also no complaints coming through from that area. Enterprise Road looking good. Where is this? Airport North Road also looking good this particular morning. However, a few pockets of yellow line. Why? I am assuming this is because of matatu stops. Hizo ndizo zinalitanga shida, lakini on the main highway kila kitu kiko sawa sawa. Mombasa Road nimwambia inakaa clean as a whistle. Looking at Mombasa County, let me just zoom in here and see what you guys are up to. Hey, today Mombasa is looking tricky, eh? All right, so pale Lighthouse, Mama Ngina Waterfront, looking really bad. But that's because people are waiting to join the ferry. Also, Mbaraki, that road joining, that road heading towards the ferry is looking bad. Going back upwards kidogo pale Mwembe Tayari, naona kuna traffic nyingi tena sana kayo barabara. This is at the junction of Mwembe Tayari Road and Biashara Street. Pale Tahamid Coaches looking really bad. Abdel Nasser Road, naka sawa sawa, haina complaints zozote. Then we have Sega Road, still in Mombasa. Ronald Ngala Road as well, inakaa iko bumper to bumper at this particular minute. But that's on the island. When we get onto the continent, looking good all over. Links Road iko sawa, Kisaoni mko sawa, Kadogo Playground kule Kengeleni Road mko sawa, Kongowea Market naona ka trafiki kidogo, lakini zaidi ya hapo hamna shida. Ukiona chochote pale barabarani nafaa kukijua, basi hala ya brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Here we go. Let's check out what's happening on the front page of the Standard. Wanasema agencies of slavery. Whoa, they've mentioned a couple of... Actually, it's one company that has been mentioned here. Yeah. TalentShepherd.Africa. Apparently, ndio watu wanapeleka watu Russia huko. Let's see. As police work to dismantle a suspected multinational crime ring trafficking Kenyans to Russia to fight in the war against Ukraine, witness statements and evidence we have reviewed point to two major entities and several individuals involved in selling their fellow countrymen into this deadly trap. Statements from 22 suspects arrested in Athi River on September 24th reveal how desperate job seekers were enticed by dubious agents with promises of better opportunities abroad, only to realize after their arrest that they had been lured into an unimaginable and perilous situation. So there's another agency here. It's called Chelete Global Agency, and then there's an individual known as Gilbert Kirui, Edward Gituku, Judith Njeri, Francis Wahome, Boniface Loyford, Shefi Habiba, alafu Dahabo Mustafa. Hawa ndio watu wanaopeleka kule kunajulikana kama Urusi, yani Russia. And here they are offering this monies. For example, pig farm operators, you're paid a basic salary of 76,000 Kenyan shillings. Packaging operators, you're paid a basic salary of 78,000 bob. Production line operators, you're paid 61,000. And then livestock workers, you're paid 78,000. Butchers, watu wa kukata nyama kule butchery, wanalipwa a basic salary of 88,000.
Walipwi, wameambiwa watalipwa.
Si ndio hiyo sasa. Sasa mimi ninajiuliza swali moja, Sitimuga. Kama nitatoka Kenya hata kwa hizi pesa, the most hapa nimeona ni 88,000. Can 88,000 make me leave Kenya? I am saying no, guys.
We're not referring to you, Chief.
No, I'm thinking about myself here.
And you shouldn't, because the people whom they are targeting are not people like you. No.
88,000 bob.
They're targeting people for whom 88,000 shillings means
it's
the whole
a lot.
World.
Yeah.
World.
Someone is lured by 61K.
Somebody finished Form 4.
Yeah.
Somebody even finished tertiary college. Somebody has, the most they've ever earned in whatever they've done is 20,000 shillings. If somebody offers you 70,000 shillings,
yes,
that is a whole world.
City, I can make 70,000 shillings here selling eggs.
Let me just remind you, I'm not talking about you.
I know.
And your ilk.
Now I'm actually talking to these folks that would be lured by this 61,000.
No, because they are not you.
Yes.
The ecosystem that enables you to make whatever amount you're saying selling eggs.
And chicken.
Yes. And whatever else that is sold to give you that money.
And mutura.
If they were able to, because it's not as though they don't work hard. They do.
Yeah.
To be able to sell, you must know people to sell to. Okay? And then you must have the product that you want to sell. These issues that we are talking about, in my opinion, keep pointing to the state of this nation.
Yeah.
And how it is that our youth are being let down by our system of government. Why are they targeting Africans? Because Kenyans are not the only ones there, by the way. Yeah? The other people from other African countries. It's because we are known to be poor.
Yeah.
It's because we are known to have a huge youth bulge. It's because we are known to have youth who don't really have prospects or, worst case scenario, even hope. Yes. So,
City, but I understand you. It's not like I'm disconnected from this fact that there are
oh,
folks.
I know you understand.
There are some folks in this country who would actually die for like even 20K. But
I know you understand, Paul. I know you understand.
Yeah.
And I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
What you're saying points to what it is the government should do. Provide opportunities. Because this thing that we are speaking of in anger is an opportunity for somebody. The Middle East is an opportunity for somebody. Every time you are told of opportunities that have gone awry, it is for that person the one thing that will get them out of the quagmire they find themselves in.
Russia is a very cold place.
I've never been to Russia, so I don't know.
I see it on TV and I hear
not
about
it
on social media. Of course, not the entire Russian subcontinent, but it's a really cold place.
You think of Siberia, sindio?
So kuna Siberia, kuna huko side zingine zinaitwa Yakutia, which is also part of Siberia. But even hata huku chini kidogo ukikaribia China, that place is cold. It's really cold. I mean,
Naibaridi, how does this relate
to Kazi?
Yes.
Oh, you know, during our cold season here in Kenya, this period we usually say June, July, August is cold. I dread that moment. Those 3 months, mi huanga nimezichukia mbaya. Because I'm not used to that kind. Okay, I'm a Kenyan, so I wouldn't say that I'm not used to that kind of cold, but I just don't like it.
Your body doesn't like the cold.
Exactly. I have to be on socks the entire time and wear sweatpants and, have a scarf and do you have many shirts and t-shirts and a jacket. It's just too much work. Unatoka pale nje, you breathe, you hewa baridi and you just feel no.
Okay.
And that's just here in Kenya.
Well, let me just ask.
Yes,
how are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling okay.
Yeah, sure.
I have a heartburn, but I'm okay. But this is besides the point, yeah? My point here is, now, Russia is perhaps even 10 times that throughout the year.
When you have a problem, do you think such things matter?
Yeah, perhaps I'm too privileged for this. Because I can't. Miss Yezi.
It's not so much, let me repeat once again, it's not you. So stop telling us that you wouldn't do this.
That's easy, bro.
Let's focus on the people who would and why they would find this an opportunity. You are looking at this saying it's perilous. Why would you do such a thing? And they're wondering, what are you talking about? The same question is asked about the people who cross the Mediterranean to go to Portugal, Spain, France,
Italy
by boat.
Yeah.
And you ask, well, why? Well, you don't know their desperation, do you? You don't understand what it is that makes them do that, do you? Stories of people who have left their country to go to another country. There's a gentleman we worked with who told me how he walked over a period of time from Rwanda to Mozambique.
Yeah.
The problem that Rwanda had, he walked. Now, when someone tells you they have walked that distance, I know of a gentleman I go to church with who also told me his story of how he walked long distances when he was a young man because there was no option. He needed to go back home, wherever it is he came from.
Yes.
And things in Nairobi had not worked out well.
Right.
So he walked. there's a level of desperation that people who make decisions do not know or understand. If they did,
then I'll understand this guy is going for 61 Gs.
Yes, and this thieving nonsense that some people have made a culture in this country would halt immediately, because we're actually creating problems for ourselves. Why do our walls keep getting higher and higher and higher? We think we're keeping people out. My friend, we're locking ourselves in. If somebody gets in through the gate, nobody will know that you are in distress. And it is the walls that you have built that will keep you in there. The things that needed and need to be done is for opportunities to continuously be provided. Structures that guarantee certain things are provided. The safety of the citizens is guaranteed. It points to a simple fact about people who are in leadership. They actually don't value the lives of the citizens of this country enough.
Yeah.
There's lip service. If these lives were valued enough, we have read today in the papers of how these rings have been broken. And we thank the police service. We thank the policemen and women who work tirelessly to ensure that these things don't happen.
Yeah.
But they're not the only things that happen that endanger the lives of our people. Not really.
Now, I'm just looking at these agencies of slavery. This Talent Shepherd iko mahali panaitwa Eden Plaza, 3rd floor, room 14, Kasarani, opposite the police station. Just opposite the police station.
Yes.
People are being lured.
It's a recruitment center.
Yeah. To fake jobs. Na hii Kasarani police station, because I have been there, I know it. Wako na ofisi ya DCI hapo.
They do?
Yeah. So, what in the world?
Have people come and complained about that agency?
Me, I believe as...
It's a recruitment agency. If they are licensed, and they don't license themselves,
Yes.
an authority that has the power to license them has licensed them, what is DCI supposed to do?
DCI is supposed to know the premises that...
Has somebody complained?
Aki siti sijui kama unajua zi vitu zofanyikanga hii Nairobi yetu na hii Kenya yetu.
Stop changing the topic.
No,
It's
no.
like telling me, why is the court not doing anything? Courts don't look for cases. Cases are brought to them. In the same way,
Directorate...
how many businesses do we have that have been conning individuals, selling land which doesn't exist, selling you a third title? Unless somebody complains, most of the time, how on earth is the DCI supposed to know?
Because it is their work to know. We pay taxes so that they know.
Let me ask you a question
Abana
I
City.
asked you earlier on. How are you doing this morning, Paul?
I'm doing quite well, actually. Apart from the heartburn, of course.
This heartburn is not a good thing.
No. City, listen. DCI literally stands for Directorate of Criminal Investigation.
Yeah.
All right?
How?
I know your argument is, how will they know that across...
What crime has been committed by somebody who's recruiting?
Calm down.
No. It's not me who should come down. It's
Come
you
down.
who should come down.
Calm down, City. So once they're opposite the road, as DCI, we should notice that there's some activity happening there. Watu wanashindangu wakienda pale. Take a visit.
But I'm sure they know.
Take a visit.
What makes you think they did not take a visit? And what makes you think they didn't know they were recruiting?
Go to this recruitment agency. Just ask. Tumekuwa tukiona traffic hapa. Young men and women coming for whatever it is that you guys do. So what exactly is it that you do? Mnawaambia, we sell tomatoes. Can we see these tomatoes? Where do you get them from? We take people to Russia. Sorry.
Bless you.
We take people to Russia. Okay. Where in Russia do you take them? We take them to Moscow, for example. Great. So what do they go and do in Moscow, for example? Show us some success stories.
Paul.
As DCI, just know your environment. If you're tuned to
Paul, this cold weather is beginning to affect you.
Hapana, City.
Let's look at something a little more different. The making of regional conflict.
Tell us about it.
Yes, this issue, the fall of Uvira town to M23 has heightened tensions between Rwanda and DRC Burundi coalition, raising fears of a regional war. This is a story on page 4 and 5. And then there's a picture members of the armed forces of the Democratic Republic of Congo who fled their country. Let me repeat, these are not civilians. These are members of the armed forces who did what? Fled their country. Ride this truck into Gatumba, a reception center, a police camp near the border post in Burundi, hosting people who have fled violence. By the time the armed forces are fleeing, what do you think is happening?
Goodbye.
Goma, Kivu, and now Uvira. This is Eastern Congo.
Yes.
The US is now blaming Rwanda directly of one, violating the accord that was signed, and they're saying of fomenting, not just, this is not unrest, fomenting war, and they're saying they will use whatever it is within their means.
This is the US now?
Yes, these are the statements that they're making at the Security Council. Okay?
Yes.
Why do we have M23? Where did they come from? Why does the name keep coming up? The US spokesman at the Security Council specifically said that whatever it is that M23 does is sanctioned, and it's something that is deliberated on and agreed upon by Rwanda. Essentially, they're saying M23 is Rwanda.
It's an extension of their military.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You told me the M in M23 stands for?
March
23rd.
Yes.
Okay.
The story goes further back at the time when President Kagame and his troops came into Rwanda. There are those who had the armed forces that had belonged to the previous government fled into Rwanda. M23 ostensibly was to flee after them. The Rwanda genocide was in 1994. Do the maths. How many years is this?
From that time? 31.
Now, in that length, 31 years. Meaning there was a child who was born at the 1994. They're not 31 years old.
Yeah.
Somebody who was 30 then is now 60 years old. Somebody who's 40 is now 70 years old.
Yeah.
And this is still going on. It's like there are three different armies in that region. There's the army that is recognized as being the Congolese army, okay, the DRC army. There is the army that is referred to as the army that belonged to the previous government in Rwanda. And then there's M23. And then ostensibly there's the Rwandese government. That region is not going to see peace soon.
You should ask yourself who funds them, who pays their salaries, because soldiers won't just go and fight for the sake of fighting.
According to the things that I've heard people say and read, the Rwandese government.
Because there is no soldier who will just go into the bush and say, hey,
no, they say
fight.
They say the Rwandese government. There was a time, Rwanda, I think, had one of the largest fighting forces in the region. And the same demand that I made of these would-be wannabe colonial masters said this was too big. It is said. I have no evidence to support what I'm saying.
Yes.
That they should reduce that particular force. There are those who argue that that's how M23 came into being. Said reduce, okay, cross the border and go there.
Yeah.
Now remember, this eastern region is rich in minerals also. So if you control minerals, it means you're asking who funds it. You have the source from which to fund whatever.
So you smuggle these minerals out.
You make sure that it's channeled through you. If you look at even the war in Sudan currently, a lot of it has to do with one thing.
Gold.
Yes, it is. And so other countries like Qatar and other entities will support various factions because they know the business that they are going to do with the minerals that exist there. Yes. Wars have been fought for less. But this, given the mineral wealth, if you're talking about drums of war, we have drums of war being beaten in the Americas. The U.S. seems to be setting itself, apart from being head prefect and chief negotiator in these issues. Yeah, but they're the chief conflict causer. Now they're after Venezuela. Venezuela has done God knows what. Venezuela is harboring drug dealers. My goodness, take your pick. Which country in South America have they not pinpointed? next door neighbor, country called Mexico, next door, have problems like you can't even count. So now you want to go further down, and Venezuela's the issue. Every time the USA has a problem with another country, I keep asking myself, the people who control their foreign policies, how do they think? Did they never learn from the 70s? They supported dictators who brutalized their people. So the form of government the people who are fighting these dictators chose was socialism or some form of communism. And these people had no love for America at all as a result of it.
My question is, where is the AU of South America? I'm calling it AU. But yeah, where is the African Union of South America?
They do have an association.
Yes, that should protect one of their own and say, look, if there's a specific problem with Venezuela, kindly point it out, because we are on this continent with them and we do not realize or see it the way you see it.
They are very much. I'm glad you mentioned the AU. When you have this conflict in Congo, DRC,
Nam.
Where's the AU? I'm just answering your question.
Yeah. At the very least, can I just say that the EAC is, in one or another, at least through President
Ruto is the current boss of the EAC.
Yes. So alienda kuwitness hiyo signing ilifanyika huko yenye sasa unaniambia imesambaratika.
Well, he witnessed it, so did others.
Na akasema maneno matamu sana kuhusu mkataba huo ambao ulikuwa unatiwa sahihi.
Our president is an excellent speaker and knows how to make inspiring speeches.
Right.
So inspiring speeches having been made,
yes,
we did send a UN peacing. We were part of the UN peacing. UN peacekeeping force, not peacing. Okay? Right now there is a UN peacekeeping force.
Right.
Yeah, but they've been more or less blocked by M23.
Okay.
They can't do very much.
The conversation around that area of DRC and Rwanda is, I think, the leaders are perhaps not being honest about it.
What do you mean?
Both the leader of Rwanda and the leader of DRC.
What do you mean?
Because if they wanted, they can literally end that thing today. By lunchtime, it can be done. That's my observation. It's just that someone somewhere just doesn't want to be honest about the situation. Or they already know that this is the person doing this, but perhaps because of either lack of evidence or they just do not want to confront, wanaacha kitu iendelee. Or both of these leaders are benefiting from the problems in that particular region. So,
well, right now, having taken over Uvira, Burundians can't really move. Not really. Because any movement by road blocked, because M23 are there. That's what happens when you take over a border town like Uvira. So if they want to move, they have to either use Lake Tanganyika or they have to use air transport.
Right.
We
have Pwani Economic Revolution akisema, it is said the Congolese government declared Congolese ethnic Tutsi no longer citizens of Congo. The M23 thereafter came to being. This is Pwani's point of view. Okay. Perhaps this is a conversation that we shall have.
By the way, you know, the Rwandese situation didn't begin in 94. In the early 60s, there were similar problems. And there are people from Rwanda who moved into Congo. Their children were born in Congo. They know no other place other than Congo.
Aye.
And M23, not M23, Kwani Revolutionary, what are they called? Kwani Economic...
Pwani Economic Revolution.
Yeah, they do. The point they make is actually true. The problem, you can, let's put it this way. There are many things that happened in that region that brought about this problem. But right now, the current president of DRC and the current president of Rwanda clearly do not seem to see eye to eye. No.
But they're on the same podium, shook hands.
So what?
President Trump was there. And he was like, this is a good thing. But clearly it's not. Anyway, Let's get into the news. When we return, I have to give some shout outs to our viewers here, especially the ones on YouTube. Or may come through big time. So I'll definitely recognize you when we do return from this very brief break.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Cabinet has approved the establishment of the National Infrastructure Fund and the Sovereign Wealth Fund. This marks a significant policy shift aimed at financing Kenya's long-term development and reducing reliance on debt and taxation. According to a cabinet dispatch issued on Monday, the two funds form part of 5 trillion Kenya shillings roadmap intended to transform Kenya into a first-world economy through an investment-led growth model anchored on domestic resource mobilization and private capital. Wiper Patriotic Front leader Kalonzo Musyoka has criticized the planned demolition of houses in Maragweni slums within Nairobi's Mukuru area, warning the government against forceful evictions of residents. Speaking to the media at the Wiper Patriotic Front headquarters, Kalonzo faulted the government for allegedly ignoring a court order that halted the demolitions. He called on the relevant authorities to engage residents through public barazas to agree on a humane and consultative way forward.
We have taken notice of this matter. We are seized with it and have asked Wakili Njiro on behalf of the residents to make sure that this eviction does not happen. And if it happens, especially during this time when residents are clearly thinking about Christmas holidays, it will be an affront against the basic rights of the residents of this estate.
The National Council on the Administration of Justice has rolled out tougher traffic enforcement measures in response to a surge in road accident fatalities at a meeting held at the Supreme Court. Chief Justice Martha Koome, alongside police, prosecutors, transport regulators and anti-corruption agencies, outlined a joint strategy aimed at curbing road crashes during the holidays and in the long term. The renewed crackdown follows official data indicating a 5% rise in traffic-related deaths this year.
We will deploy mobile courts using physical and electronic means as a deterrence and enforcement measure. Those who will require legal representation will be accorded an opportunity and encouraged to reach out to their advocates within a reasonable time. And we will be sharing the links every day where the mobile traffic courts are operating.
3 men, among them an Uber driver, have appeared in court charged with allegedly masterminding a scheme to con job seekers using fake police calling letters. Prosecutors told the court that the suspects, working with other accomplices who are yet to be arrested, unlawfully obtained money from unsuspecting victims through the fraudulent scheme. The accused person denied all charges leveled against him.
Katika tarehe isiyojulikana na eneo lisilojulikana katika Jamhuri ya Kenya, ikiwa pamoja na wengine ambao hawako kotini bila idhini ya kisheria, ikiwa na nia ulaghai, ilitengeneza hati ambayo inajulikana kama National Police Service docket number, ambayo imesajiliwa kwa nambari ya serial 0001661 na madai kwamba ilikuwa ni hati halisi ya National Police Service, barua za kuita ambazo zimetiwa sahihi na Inspector General.
US President Donald Trump has filed a defamation lawsuit against the BBC over an edit of his 6th January 2021 speech in a Panorama documentary. Trump has requested billions of dollars in damages. According to court documents filed in Florida, the BBC apologized to Trump in November but rejected his demands for compensation. The UK broadcaster is accused of intentionally, maliciously and deceptively doctoring his speech. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation.
How do you describe Kenya? You don't. You feel it. Kenya is not a dot on a map. It is a story, told in 46 tongues, but spoken in one rhythm, one spirit. We are warriors, Seati with swords, but with screams. Our voices shake power, but that same fire becomes light. My name may be Akinyi, Wamboi, Chebet, Zubeida, Bonareri, Masawe, but what you really need to know is this. I am the soil, the sunset, the struggle, and the song. I am Kenyan.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. CT is literally dying here in studio. CT, welcome back to Radio Generation.
Well, I'm laughing because Paul here is looking for shelter in the rain.
No.
He has moved from a place where the shelter is moved into the rain, and he's still looking for shelter in the rain.
CT, you need to understand that I am actually, and people will understand once we get into this conversation, I'm looking for alternative ways of actually solving the same problems that we have been facing.
And what is the problem exactly?
We're just talking about the traffic situation, the traffic offense. But before we get to that, let me just read a few comments here because someone has actually commented on it. Don Sabo anasema, ask City how far are we to Singapore, especially when we are to be Americanized, especially when we had bottoms up. Do all these slogans go along one another? How are you, movie and city?
Forget this story of Singapore. I've told you this before. Don, if we are looking for a country to emulate, we should emulate Iceland, not Singapore.
Fisherman says, good morning, RG, straight out of the city of Kisumu. Sungura Yonis anasema, since you are the People's Breakfast, please invite people from the Bunge la Mwananchi. Actually, Sungura, don't be surprised. January, that is definitely going to happen. Wacha sahi mukule tu Christmas kidogo. Douglas Kibogonga amesema, morning all, the Kamba alliteration. Yes. Lois Bosira amesema, he is called Jack Ma. Oh yeah, that's the billionaire from China I was talking about earlier on. John Mutua amesema, morning my lovely TV, lovely morning here in Qatar. The rain is shocking this morning. Is it? Polite tall guy. Good morning guys. I'm from Nakuru. I follow City everywhere. City, follow wako ndio huyo hapa. Sungura anasema, Biden traveled from Connecticut to DC every morning as a senator from 1972. Yes. Aya, Marit anasema, good morning kings and queens. Mbuvi City is not holy. He is just blue while Mbuvi is yellow. Do a personality type color test. Red, blue, green or yellow. Mine is blue. Do you know about these personality colors?
I'm hearing about it for the first time.
Aya.
The different colors I know, either rainbow, traffic lights.
Yeah.
But this other one of personality, I'm not aware.
My take anasema hivi, traffic offenses are supposed to inconvenience you seriously because you are putting lives at risk. I would even propose license withdrawal for drink and drive over speeding, overlapping, etc. Let's stop this typical African behavior of making bad choices and looking for excuses. There are poor people in Cambodia, Yemen, Sri Lanka, Guatemala, etc. How comes it's only Africans? Well, perhaps we are more gullible than those folks. I don't know. All right. So as far as those traffic offenses are, mimi bado ninasema ningalikuanga mwana sheria ama mtu wa bunge ningeana ni propose historia kusumbua watu na wapeleka juu ya kitu kadogo kama overlapping bana.
Did the offense cause itself or did somebody cause the offense?
Of course you're the one who caused it.
And then?
Yeah, but sometimes, and I'm not excusing the offense. I'm not excusing it. I am just saying that perhaps there needs to be different ways of dealing with it.
You're seeking convenience where the very purpose of that law is to deter you from committing it again. So it can't be convenient. That's the whole point.
Shall invite someone here to come and have this conversation.
No, we have a guest. He can comment as he has commented already.
No, he's saying follow the law.
And what am I saying?
You're also saying follow the law.
And what are you saying?
I am saying perhaps the law needs to be changed. I'm not saying don't follow the law. I'm just saying perhaps that law needs to be changed.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, we do have actually a guest in studio. This is Nganga Muigai. He's a constitutionalist and economic rights advocate. What is a constitutionalist?
Basically,
who is a
constitutionalist is basically a person who believes that everything should be done in accordance with the law. That's all.
Right.
Basically an egalitarian, if there is a better word for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does that word exist? Egalitarian?
Egalitarian.
Yes,
it exists.
Okay.
And I'm happy City said that on our way to being Singapore, we should abort that mission and choose to be like Iceland, because Iceland is the most constitutional republic in the world, right? So I think Iceland is where we will find more egalitarians or more constitutionalists.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's it.
So the economy, or rather the constitution versus the economy. We sat here with a couple of folks. Let me start with one of them, Jimmy Wanjigi.
Okay.
He was proposing some, and I'm sure perhaps you've come across some of his proposals.
Yeah.
For example, in regards to paying the odious debts.
Yeah.
He is of the idea, him and his party,
Yeah.
they are of the idea of don't pay these odious debts.
Yeah.
Once they capture power, if Kenyans decide to elect them, they're like, hii maneno ya madeni zenye zilichukuliwa na hata hazi kufika Kenya, we are not doing this. We're not paying. We'll only focus on the ones that we are sure got here and they were acquired legally.
Yes.
What do you think about such kinds of proposals from politicians?
You have already answered it. The purpose of having a leadership in power is so that they can be able to put our laws into effect. And if a loan was borrowed without following the law, then what does that mean? It's illegal.
Yeah.
So why would you pay for something that is not legal or was not legally
acquired?
If we cannot trace it into, if we cannot trace the benefits of that loan in anything, it means it is not our burden.
Yeah.
We can only pay for what benefited us.
Yeah.
Because remember, when you read the principles of public finance, that is chapter 12 of the Constitution, it says the burden and benefit of borrowing shall be a responsibility of both the present and future generations, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So if it did not benefit us, then there is no need for it to burden us. So it's in law.
Yeah. So because one of the other questions that will arise from that kind of action is perhaps the fact that there is a legal obligation from the country called Kenya.
Yeah.
So this country called Kenya borrowed this money from the entity it borrowed it from, right? And whoever was in charge at the time, whether it was the politician, of course it was the politicians, the ministers, whatever, who were in charge of acquiring that debt. So whether they diverted it to their own pockets or their own accounts, whether in this country or another, Kenya is obligated because that money was borrowed in the name of Kenya.
No, we are not.
No. Let me just tell you this. For anyone to transact with us, they have to be compliant with our laws. So if you entered any deal with any person from Kenya, claiming to represent the government of Kenya, claiming to represent the people of Kenya, illegally, then we are not obligated. We are only obligated if it's anchored in law. Like countries don't operate from what do we call
a bubble?
Yes,
Mars.
Yes. Yeah. We exist because we have laws, right? So every transaction, every engagement has to follow Article 2 for you know. It has to be in line with that, with what our constitution says. Even if people decided, let's gather in parliament today and come up with an act of parliament that will favor us, that will only be favorable to them until it is confirmed that actually that act of parliament is unconstitutional. And once it's done,
what's done is done.
Yes.
Siti, you're saying something.
I'm saying that when you look at our laws with regards to public finance, it is actually clear the purpose for which we borrow, and it is for development. It's not really complicated.
Yes.
So when you borrow, we have something called a consolidated fund. You and your account, serikali. That's the account where the money goes to. Whatever we borrow, it goes to that account, and it's from the consolidated account that everything that you're supposed to do with it is then done. Okay? It's like a laundry list. These are things we're going to do. Now, when you borrow $2 billion from wherever you borrow it, and you say we are borrowing, because you have to borrow with a specific purpose in mind. We are going to build Aror Kimorere Dam. That's what you've borrowed it for. Fine, we've understood. We trace that money and ask, has it entered the consolidated fund? You told only 1 billion got there. So we have to ask, okay, now the other billion, what happened to it? Because it's meant for the dam. You told, well, you know, it actually didn't. The moment that billion did not go into the consolidated account, we never received it. If we didn't receive it, why are we paying for it?
Yeah.
It's really not complicated.
It's that simple.
Yes.
Well, I guess we shall see if they get to that particular point, and we wish them all the best. But let's talk about, again, still on matters politicians. I was asking, because again, we've had these opportunities to talk to some of these folks, and they were saying that all these manifestos that we keep getting from politicians, if they just followed the constitution, then we wouldn't even need the manifesto from anyone, because the constitution already allows us opportunities to actually prosper. So all these stories of Mamamboga and stories of education and how we're going to revamp which sector, whether it's manufacturing, all those are just empty rhetoric. If we just focus on what is in the constitution, we can actually revive and make the economy thrive. And I was actually thinking, you know what? That's an honest conversation. For example, if we look at the 10-point agenda, all those things they have mentioned there, including some economic propositions that they have there, they actually anchored in the constitution. So if they just follow we won't need all these committees that form other committees and commissions that actually want to implement some of these things that already are in the constitution, and we have ministries that are supposed to implement those particular agendas, with or without that 10-point agenda. I don't know what you think. NADCO, also another thing that is within that particular agenda. If we just follow the constitution, we will take care of our education, we'll take care of our health, we'll take care of all these sectors that we want to deal with.
I'm happy you've taken that angle. This is what I'm trying to tell people right now, that my agenda is Kamau, or our agenda is Kamau. When I say our agenda is Kamau, I mean our agenda is Katiba, Masomo, Afya na Uchaguzi.
Kamau.
Yeah, Kamau. Okay. You get? So when I say our agenda is Kamau, or my agenda is Kamau as a Kenyan, is before we think of anything.
Yes.
What are we saying about the constitution? What are we saying about the Katiba? This document is made for who?
For Kenyans.
For Kenyans, right? Not for the leaders. You know the assumption is this document is made for the leaders, for the politicians, and even the most ignorant Kenyans believe it's made specifically for lawyers or advocates or whatever, right? Or for legal practitioners, right? But the constitution is made for the common man. Why do why do people, or why do Kenyans go to vote? So that these leaders can go and do as the constitution requires. But the very same people who are voting know nothing about that constitution. So every time this constitution is violated, they don't know what to say. That's when they are thrown into these tribal factions. Like, if someone is being held accountable, by the dictates of that constitution, they now come and say, you know, watu wetu wanaonewa nani, and you start agreeing with him, because after all you do not know that this person has broken A, B, C, D in the with regards to the constitution, right?
Yeah.
So until and unless we make everyone know the constitution, and I'll correct you. You said,
yes,
at the good luck to them.
Yes,
if they succeed with that thing of the odious debt.
A good luck to because they have to campaign, they have to be elected.
You see,
good luck to them being elected.
You see, if we knew the constitution ourselves, you know the reason why we are calling it, if let's say if today Jimmy Wanjigi comes and says, oh guys, you know there is something called the odious debt, and then tomorrow also someone else comes and says there is the odious debt, you start attaching that to them. You disassociate yourself from that matter, right? The person who should be pushing for that is the common man. But because he does not know the constitution, he finds this language so foreign. He finds this language as a political campaign.
Yeah.
When the constitution says this, the economy does not care about, not necessarily even the constitution. The fact is, the constitution does not care, or the economy does not care about a political faction or whatever, right? When it comes to money, we are all affected. True. Whether you are 1 term or 2 term, 10 term, 50 terms, whatever. When it comes to money, you are affected, because whether you like it or not, you'll pay taxes, right? What these people are trying to say is, we are trying to push government into accountability for the monies borrowed, right? But because you and me don't know that constitution, we tend to believe these people are getting these things out of some magical place, you know. I see people commenting down there, nambula tuango wapi hizi vitu. I even see when people hear Wanjigi talking, they say, na jamaa alisoma hizi vitu sangapi? And I'm like, these things, this is what every child in Kenya should know. And I'll go back to the preamble of that constitution. What does it say at the very tail end? It says, we give this constitution to ourselves and to our future generations. Which is the best way to give yourself that constitution? You people are old enough to have voted for that thing, right? CT, I'm very sure you know everything about the committee of experts.
I know a great deal.
At the end, I know
everything.
At the tail end, what does our constitution say? 15 years ago, you people said, we the people of Kenya, honoring the word of God, whatever. At the tail end, we say, we give this constitution to ourselves and to our future generations.
Yes.
What does it mean when we say give to ourselves? We read it. We shall read it. You know, it's not like to just give it to yourself. Then how do you give to the future generations?
I get you.
You teach in school.
Yeah, I get your frustration as far as perhaps where Kenyans are failing. Not really. I agree with you that perhaps, and we've been saying it here actually, it's about how patriotic we are. Because if we were patriotic enough, we would be knowing the constitution like literally at the back, like the back of our hands. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Now, we can go on and give reasons and perhaps even excuses as to why we do not know. One thing that usually comes out is the fact that the constitution is not really available to my grandmother in Kitui to read it in Kikamba, for example.
Yes.
And another one in Nyaribari Chache to read it in Kisii, and so on and so forth. So kuna watu hawajapata nafasi ya kusoma hiyo katiba kwa sababu haijaandikwa kwa lugha ambayo maybe wanaweza elewa. Because you and I are privileged.
Just on that.
Yes.
I told in all places I've been, I keep saying our role as a generation is to identify as many problems as possible, provide as many solutions as possible, and take as much action as possible.
Right.
In our Kamau agenda, remember? Kamau, the first is Katiba, right?
Nam.
We realize the biggest problem we have is not the document, it's ignorance of the document. The constitution is very perfect, you know? We have a very good document. You hear Maraga saying it, you hear everyone saying it. It's true. The only problem we have with it is we are ignorant of it. We have people who are engineers, we have people who are doctors who know nothing about that constitution. So you are very educated but very uninformed. The only thing that proves you are Kenyan is is knowledge of that constitution, right? So we realized there are several problems we are facing with regards to this constitution, and the main one is constitutional ignorance. So what do we do? Free education enabled us to have improved levels of literacy and numeracy, so people can read, right? And they can write. Then we realized, okay, if you give someone that document, they still don't know even how to interpret it. As simple as it is. So my team and I again sat down and decided, let us come up with a way of explaining article by article. Right? So that even a grade 2 kid who can read
will understand.
So that's what we did. We just concluded the book. It took us quite a bit of time, but we did it. Since independence and since 2010, when this constitution was implemented, we are the first group of people to interpret or to explain each and every article. And then we said, okay, just the thing you've mentioned.
Yeah.
What about those people who can only read in Kikuyu, who can only read in Kikamba, nini? We said, now here we'll need experts in linguistics, right? Because in our mother tongue, or in our languages, context matters. I might say this,
but means something
different. So we were like, how do we do? Like, how do we really go about it? That's where we are now. That how do we do, like, how do we go about the Kikuyu version? How do we go about
the Kisii version?
But if we have, then we just thought about it. If we have Kikuyu Bibles,
why can't we have Kikuyu Constitution?
Kikuyu Constitution, right?
Or rather, the Constitution in Kikuyu.
In Kikuyu, right? Actually, the Constitution in Kikuyu, that is the correct wording. So that is exactly what we decided to do. Look at the problems we're having right now when we're talking about border counties, right? You saw them saying, oh, the people are selling fake IDs, are selling our nationalities to foreigners, right? I'll give you an example, CT. You have a Somali in Kenya, a Somali from Kenya, and a Somali from Somalia. How do you differentiate them? You can't. The only way you can differentiate them is test them on the constitution. Test them on the law. Because how do you differentiate a Christian from a Muslim?
Knowledge of the Bible.
Or the knowledge
Quran.
of the Quran. So how do you differentiate the Pokot of Kenya and the Karamojong of Uganda? Knowledge of
the Constitution.
So even before giving people IDs, they should be tested on the Constitution. There should be at least something that proves you are Kenyan. Right? And the reason why Kenyans are even sometimes tunasemekanaga sisi ni watiaji, mtu akienda line kana sawa wengine, it's because there is nothing that taught you patriotism. The only thing that taught you patriotism is what? The national anthem, loyalty pledge, and nowadays they don't even do it. And right now I see kids doing the East African anthem, right? So what will really prove that this kid is Kenyan?
Let me ask you, in your research and perhaps understanding how you can implement this, because I know you're advocating for the Constitution to be taught in every Kenyan school.
Yes.
If that were to happen, umesema tuanzie what? Grade 1, grade 2?
The same way we teach the religion is the same way we should teach the Constitution. It is that simple.
So as we teach CRE and IRE,
when I was in Sunday school, we used to have memory verses, right? This Constitution has so many things that can be taught to kids, like all sovereign power belongs to the people. You know, like those basic things, they can be taught at the basic level. And as we advance, you just,
get deeper now.
Get deeper and deeper. By the time you get to grade 10, right now the CBE is rolling grade 10 to 12, right? Can you imagine if we teach these kids the Constitution right now? Because these kids will be mature for voting in 2032.
Yes.
Can you imagine how constitutionally informed these people will be in 2032? Another thing I'll tell you, when you go for any job interview, what do they tell you? They tell you should be conversant with chapter 6. See, they tell you that.
Leadership and integrity.
But no one ever taught you chapter 6. No one ever taught you about any acts of parliament that were effected as directed by chapter 6. So will you ever know when you break the law or not? No, you do not. When it comes to recalling an MP, one of the grounds of recalling an MP is that after due process of law, it is proven that they have broken, they have contravened chapter 6. But you as a citizen who is supposed to initiate that petition know nothing about chapter 6. So you cannot recall this guy. You see? So we already have the systems. That is the advantage with Kenya. Kenya is blessed with structures.
Yeah.
We have the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, which came up with the CBC, and right now the CBC and all the subjects, right?
It's now called CBE.
CBE, I mean, yeah. And then we also have the Kenya Institute of Curriculum, the Kenya National Examinations Council,
yeah,
which can come up with the exams with regards to
the Constitution.
We have the Education Research Committee in Parliament. We have the Budget and Allocations Committee in Parliament. We have everything.
So you're saying we have the tools.
We have everything.
Can make this happen.
I'll tell you the other tool we have.
Yeah.
The president, the current president, never supported this constitution.
Yes, he is among the people who did not support the constitution.
Who did not support it. But you know what? He has one of the most famous quotes with regards to this constitution. He says that if someone has personal ambitions, we even featured it in the book, like if someone has personal ambitions that contravene the law, it is you to change your ambitions, not the law to be changed to suit your ambitions, right?
Yes.
He already established Katiba Day, right? On 27th of August. It's now gazetted national holiday, right? Why can't he just finish the job? Establish the constitution in school as a full, mandatory and examinable subject.
Okay.
When people went to the streets last year, what was the goal? Go to parliament. What did they want the parliamentarians to do? To reject the finance bill.
Yes.
What the finance bill is a creation of what? It's a revenue raising mechanism to finance the budget, right? It's a constitutional process. So nobody went to the streets for political reasons. It was purely constitutional. It's only that because we were constitutionally ignorant, we were now
labeled, branded.
Yes. You see? We were saying simply,
yes,
we want meritocracy. What is meritocracy? Constitutionalism. We want things to be done as, like, you've qualified for the job, and when you get the job, you'll do it as per the constitution, right?
Can I ask you something, Nganga?
Yes, City.
When the demonstration was called for and people heeded the call,
yeah,
did the people going for the demonstrations and supporting it understand the upheaval they were causing by the demands that they were making, and demands which were actually constitutional? That very process was also constitutional. They were not outside the law in any way.
Yeah.
Did they understand the upheaval that they were causing?
I'll answer you this way. There are times you see a kid playing soccer, and you find that kid like too talented for their age, and you tell them, do you know how much potential you have?
I'm going to explain.
We were those kids.
Let me explain to you why I'm asking the question. The moment you talk about a meritocracy, the wall that you're going to hit is what you call cronism. I'm not going to talk about tribalism, because cronism often is at the bane of the problems that we tend to have.
Yeah.
We went to this school together in 19 God knows what. We also happen to have worked for the government together at some God knows what period in time. So our thinking is actually aligned. Tribalism comes in as a tool. Ethnicity is a tool. It's a tool that politicians have learned to use for their benefit. To the point where our political parties, if you look at them intently, they're actually business entities.
Precisely.
If you look at them very carefully, they're business entities. Because if you look at the people who are at the helm of it, the people who benefit and how they benefit, everything in their so-called manifestos, the things that they say, and the political ideology they say they lean towards, they exist because it is important to have these things in writing. The practice does not mirror any of those things.
Yeah.
When you call for what you are calling, this is exactly what you are speaking against. And did you think that the people who own these systems, they're more or less the same system anyway, just branches of the same system, but it's called political party this, political party that, political party the other. And even the differences in our name that you sometimes hear is a difference because at that particular point in time, the system is not favoring us very well. So that's why we find fault with it. But there is no guarantee that any of these systems that we speak of will actually bring about the change that we talk about, and that the Constitution actually provides for every Kenyan as a fundamental right. Now, did you understand when you were talking about the things you're talking about that this is exactly what you're talking against?
This is what we thought. They'll embrace us.
Why did you think that?
Because who are you there to represent? We came with our confidence, with our courage and our innocence, knowing so well they're going to hear us. And I mean, come on, it's a simple thing.
But they did hear.
They did hear us, only that they were so adamant.
Actually, you scared the living daylights out of them. That's their reality. If they heard and they ignored you, there would have been no response.
Yeah.
The response was negative because people died. People were injured. There was a response.
Yeah.
It means they understood whatever you are doing with greater clarity than you did. And that is why the response was as you saw it. They understood. And that's why I called it, did you understand the upheaval you are causing? Because it was an upheaval. When you are demanding something quite simple, really very simple, and saying, folks, this is what our Constitution says, and this thing that you are calling a finance bill, unfortunately, it is contrary to everything that the Constitution stands for. So just change it, please. Some people understood that change was not just changing certain aspects of that particular finance bill. You were actually seeking an overhaul and saying, guys, let's reject this thing and just go back to factory settings. We have this Constitution. Okay, let's start there and then move ahead. And you got a response. They were not willing to go and adhere to the dictates of the Constitution. You got that response.
Yes, that's the response we got. And that's why I'm telling you this. If they could have rejected the finance bill even way before the 25th of June protest, we would not be where we are. We would not be as active as we are right now. Because then we knew, we could have just said, we won, what, and we would have gone back home. There would be no reason for us to be in the streets. The only thing that made us take this thing so serious is, what is this thing that is being protected so much that they are willing to kill? What is this thing that is being shielded so much that they are willing to abduct? What is this thing they do not want us to see? And we realized, personally, I had ignored it to some level. I kept saying, is this just the normal political process? Governments will always react like this. Mine starts with Albert Ojwang. That's what I keep telling people. Mine starts with Albert Ojwang. Because there was no finance bill. There was nothing. Everything seemed settled. You remember Albert Ojwang's death came out of nowhere. To date, I do not know. I did not know Albert Ojwang as a blogger. There is no tweet attached to his murder case. There's nothing that can show that maybe this guy was real. His account is not there. And that made me think like this, like if they can come for such a person who is a teacher, this is not a goon, this is a teacher, and they could go to as far as Homa Bay. You speak from Homa Bay, right?
You speak from Homa Bay.
It reminded me of Dr. Robert Ouko. They went for him there. It was only that now they came for Albert Ojwang. It was the same thing.
Now ask yourself, when you come from Homa Bay, how many police stations do you pass?
So many, right?
On your way to Nairobi.
Not even that. Do you mean the law is only functional in Nairobi?
What nerve did he touch?
Now, this is what we realized. There are two types of Kenya after Albert Ojwang, this is how I realized. This is what I realized. There are two types of Kenya. There's the Kenya between 1963 and 2023, and there's the Kenya is now being shaped between 2023 and 2032. This Kenya that is being shaped between 2023 and 2032 is being fought for by two groups. Those who want to maintain the status quo and those who want change, right? The young people, and I keep saying, they cannot divide us anymore by tribal lines that much. They are using generations. They are making it look like it's a Gen Z thing. It's these kids who are just too fast. But the millennials, I can say the millennials and the Gen Zs are the ones who are now going against the boomers and Gen Xers. And let me just finish this point.
Yes.
This Kenya that is being formed now between 2023 and 2032, this is what's happening politically. There are those who know beyond 2027 and now beyond 2032, they do not have a political life. Naturally, they'll have to retire. So they want to cling and get as much or reap as much as they can between now and that time.
So they are making hay while the sun shines.
But then there is the younger generations who are now active parents. Forget about, when your kid is less than 10 years, you are a passive parent. You become an active parent when you start paying for school fees properly, right? So these young people are now going between 2023 and 2032. They are now moving from passive parenting to active parenting. What does that mean? You want everything to work because, number one, you are the most obligated financially. You have to pay for their school fees, and then being an educated generation is when you want to add a degree, you want to add a skill here and there. Nobody's even planning to retire. So these two people are having this haggling. Wanavutana. Then I sat and I told myself, which group do I belong to? I belong to the younger generation that wants change, because I'll be taxed more. Now, what do I want by then? I want by then people to be constitutionally aware, because now by that time I'll be an active parent. And it means also by 2037, if God will give me life to see so much more with this life, my children could be politically agitated and they'd want to go to the street to bring change. Would I want leaders who are my age mates to instruct the police to kill my children? No, I wouldn't want. So I have to fight for that constitutionalism as early as now.
Let me ask you, do you have any knowledge of a country, or countries for that matter, who are politically educated through their constitutions?
The US. Yeah, the US.
In fact, let me take it further.
The US.
The calamity we have right now is one of unfulfilled promises. The new constitution is supposed to do a reset. Germany had a Holocaust in which Jews were killed.
Yeah.
The governments that were formed thereafter made it mandatory for Holocaust to be something you study the moment you enter the school system.
Yes.
You study maths, 1 + 1, then you graduate, you get to algebra, you keep moving. They do the same. History is mandatory. You learn.
Yes.
You cannot go to a school in Germany and not learn about the Holocaust. You will learn it, whether you like it or not. It's mandatory.
Even in Rwanda, they had the Itorero. The Itorero civic education, they were being taught about their history.
Yes.
You have to teach
the
people.
Genocide.
Yes.
If something of that sort happens, you have to ensure that there's no ifs and buts.
Yes.
You can ignore it if you wish,
yes,
but you have learnt it. Why is it that Kenyans are multilingual? It is because there's a language you speak where you're born. You're taught English and Kiswahili in school. So the vast majority of people in this country speak 3 languages.
Yes.
Without any effort.
Yes.
To know it is when Kenyans are speaking and you have someone who isn't a Kenyan, we speak 2 languages we intermingle 2 languages at any given time.
Yes.
If you're talking to someone whose mother tongue has become the same as yours, you'll speak 3 languages as you're conversing. And you interchange without even thinking. You only think when there's somebody who doesn't understand and you realize,
we need to include
we need to include this person. Why am I giving this example? Look at what it is that particular education system has bequeathed the Kenyan. Do you know what languages and the multiplicity of languages do to your brain when you learn them? It isn't accidental that Kenyans do as well as they do even when they leave this country.
Yes.
That very system forces your brain to actually do what it's supposed to do to a greater degree. The brain is challenged without you realizing it is being challenged. If you've learned 3 languages, you think a 4th one is difficult. No. Most people in the world speak 1 language.
Yes.
When they make an effort to speak a 2nd one, now here we speak 3. Now, take that particular benefit we have to what we have with the 2010 Constitution. It was understood these people were in the same boat as Nganga is. They were looking at the future and they were saying, you know something? This thing that we have here is never going to help us get to where we want to go. This constitution we inherited, whatever changes we made, we need to overhaul this thing completely.
Yeah.
Now, the overhaul itself was fought. It took many years to get to the point we were promulgating it in 2010, but we got it. Then new resistance began. In fact, from the very, very onset, you only need to look at the Uhuru government and look at how they started watering down the very, very things that would bring about accountability. I see you want to say something. Okay, go ahead.
I'll even shock you. When I started this thing and I kept asking the people that were there, like, why didn't you people take this thing to school? Then one of them invited me for tea at the Junction Mall and he told me, let me tell you something. I was there. I was part of it. I was representing this kind of, this particular group. And when this talk came up, we were told, tumeipata tena unataka kuharibu. And I was like, oh, so it was supposed to go to school. Yeah, I was like, it was like, yeah, it told me, no, what other thing? We're only supposed to have 13 counties, not 47.
True.
We're only supposed to have 13 counties.
We're supposed to have regions, actually. Call it county, but they were regions, yes.
And you can see the effect of the 47 counties because it was just the former districts and Nairobi was never one of the districts. It was just made a county also, but it wasn't one of the 47 of the districts. It was just
Nairobi was a province.
No. We used to have districts, 46 districts, but now when we had the new constitution, Nairobi was also added. But Nairobi technically is not supposed to be a county, you know. Because of the nature of the way
it's a capital city and so forth.
Now, I want you to look at it this way. Already the colonialists had divided us into our tribes, along our tribal lines, and they put us in these districts. What is the effect? Now you find if a governor, let's say ni governor wa wapi, let me give an example. A governor of Meru would say, in their mind, I am a governor for the people of Meru. Yet the whole point of devolution was you are a governor for Kenyans living in Meru.
You are a Kenyan governor.
You are a Kenyan governor for Kenyans living in Meru. But what do they do even the appointments? They think, you know, I'm a governor of
the Meru people.
The Meru people. So all the priority should go to the Meru people. And now, even if they are not qualified, let's give them the... you see? So, when people learn this thing, they'll understand, oh, so this is what it actually means.
But you see, Nganga, the thing that also happens when you have something like the 2010 Constitution, it also helps bring out things that ordinarily are hidden into the open. See, now every tribe more or less have their own little county.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So now, the term devolved corruption comes in. You suddenly realize, this thing is not a problem of the national government or those who have been in power. It's something we have in this country, and it's a problem that it's a Kenyan it's a Kenyan problem, because you look at the county governments that we have, and you just shake your head. Governors were always complaining about the money they should get instead of telling us what they've done with the money they have received. And it's a lot of money. Governors who, when they get together in their council, anything that may bring about a certain element of accountability, they fight it tooth and nail. They say this will not happen, even if what they're fighting goes against the constitution. Why? They have embraced that Kenyan ethos of what you do when you are in power.
Yes.
The first thing you do is you ignore the constitution.
Yes.
And you decide what it is you're going to do and what it is you're not going to do. Short-sightedness, if you ask me, because you will stop being a governor at some point, whether you like it or not.
Yes.
You will get old, whether you like it or not. That is, of course, if you're
90% of the people we have in power right now will be politically extinct by 2032. By natural causes. Yes.
Let me read a comment here from Pahalwan amesema following kabisa from Kenya, Israel. Then we have Chris Award saying that guy is smart constitutionally. I remember his past quotes. Je, venye tulielewana ulifanya? Na venye umefanya tulielewana.
That is Article 10. That is where we agree as a nation. I just put it in the street way.
Yes.
But I was telling people that's the whole point you elect the president, because when he's taking the oath of office, what does he say? That he'll protect the constitution and he'll protect what?
The people of this country.
People of the country. And where do we agree on how we shall transact our business in this republic? That is Article 10 of this constitution. So that's the question you should ask every leader. Whatever you are doing, is it in line with Article 10?
Simple question.
It's a simple question. That's what we were saying. Like, vile unafanya tulielewana na vile tulielewana ulifanya. You know, like you elections is a political, is a constitutional process, right? We gave you that mandate. Then when you get there, you want to do things outside that constitution. So before you got into office, you told us you'll get there and do as the constitution. So hivyo ndio tulielewana utafanya. But now the way we are looking at you, haufanyi vile tulielewana. That's what I meant. It is basically constitutional. I just, audience matters, right?
Yes.
So how you approach different audiences matters. So when I'm talking to campus students, there is a way I put the message. When I'm talking to Mama Mboga, and it's so okay. Let me not.
It's okay. This is
we have turned our parents into voting machines. That we have they are not even Kenyans. We have separated them into this. We have put them into this category where they are called Mama Mboga, Boda Boda, and they think they are so special. So when you tell them, you should not even be called that. They tell unajua sisi mwesha ametupanga. Have you ever seen how women protect them? Sisi ni wananchi wa kawaida, and I'm like, huyo mwingine ni
every citizen of this country is wananchi wa kawaida.
Is a normal citizen.
Yes.
There's no special citizen.
No.
Let me ask you this. What is special about a doctor? The fact that they treat. It's a service they offer, something they've been trained for. The same way a boda boda would carry you. We are all ordinary Kenyans offering goods and services to each other.
No, I think what usually, and I agree with you, by the way, I think when we say mwananchi wa kawaida, again, it's that whole issue of class.
Yes.
So we have the elites.
You have to remember what they were telling people in Bomet, or I think Baringo that time, when the maandamano was happening. Ati, wachana na wale Gen Z, wale wanaenda na Uber na nini. Yes. And I was like, are you trying to tell me these people are subjected, as we are subjected to, a different kind of life in terms of the economy and everything? Or even the education system? Are you saying those who are in the urban centers?
I remember it was Kimani Ichung'wah who was saying that.
He was saying that, right? It was a failed attempt at classism.
The reason he said that was because he wanted to show these other folks that, again, you see, these other folks, that those people who are protesting, they're privileged because they have enough money to get an iPhone, they have enough money to get a taxi, they have enough money to eat pizza, they have enough. So they do not understand what you are
going through. Do you know what was so incorrect with that? This is what was so incorrect. He even forgot that the new constitution through devolution was meant to ensure that whatever the life you'll have in Nairobi, you can have it in Kakamega. That's why we devolved resources. That you do not need to come to this side anymore. Whatever you are enjoying in Nairobi, if a boda in Nairobi is enjoying tarmac roads, a boda in Busia should enjoy tarmac roads. Whatever a Gen Z or a millennial or a boomer or a Gen Xer is enjoying in Mombasa, the same category of people can enjoy the same thing in Kisumu. That is the whole point of devolution. We devolve resources. We have a certain problem in this republic going on, and it's worse than anything. Internal export of money. I'll give you an example. People loot their counties to go and invest in other counties which are economically viable. So you are taking money belonging to county A, investing in county B, and then the tribe and the people in that county B, when they start enjoying the fruits of that, because you are adding to their circulation. You are taking circulation.
You're actually adding to their development.
Yes, you're adding to their development. And then when it's campaign time, you say, no, now watu walipatiwa pesa mingi. But if those properties can be traced, you'll find that this is a governor, this is an MP from this county, a senator investing in another county. So another problem is that's happening in this republic is internal export of money. Because they just take that money, they put it there. So their own people who are qualified to even supply tenders don't supply those tenders.
You ask yourself, what is the driving force that people who aspire for political leadership have? Because clearly they are not constitutionalists.
They are not egalitarians.
No, they're not. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not. In fact, I don't even think, forget even embracing it, I don't think, in all honesty, they fully even understand how to be precisely that. I don't think they do.
Thank you so much. I keep telling people, because this is the response I used to get at first. You know, like I go to the ground and I talk to people in different counties. And then they tell me, unajua shida ya viongozi wetu si ati hawajui, wanajua lakini hawafanya. And I tell them, stop. They do not know. Stop granting them that status that they know, but they ignore. No, they do not know. And they do not even know how to be.
No, they don't.
They don't.
They actually don't.
I'm telling you, 80% of our leadership does not know what this constitution says or how to act as per that constitution.
Or how to ensure that constitution actually benefits the people who have elected them to represent them.
Even that finance bill that Kenyans rejected last year.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was, but someone sat in that same chair and told us that they had a conversation with some of the MPs. They had absolutely no idea what was in the finance bill.
Yes.
Some even tell you clearly that they did not read it.
Oh, no, let me show you.
So you don't have to guess.
During Maandamano, we met a guy, and I never mention his name. I've said it severally. We met a leader, a Kenyan MP, when in the early stages, up on Norfolk. And then he was telling us this. Nyinyi ni kelele tu, hakuna kitu. And we asked him, no problem. Now that we are having an opportunity to be with you here, can you tell us what is good about it? He couldn't. He just told us, nyinyi kelele yo maneno. No,
Sour.
Just tell us 3 things that are good about it. And then us will tell you 10 things that are bad about it. And you see, what I'm telling you, this fight that is happening between these generations, between now and 2032, is simply a result of increased levels of numeracy and literacy brought about by free education versus what was there before free education. That right now you are having many people who question things, and that's what the Kenyan education system helped us do. You question everything. You see,
Professor PLO came to this studio, and we're having a conversation around more or less this same conversation, but from a different perspective. And one thing that came out clearly from that conversation, and I understood it, he was saying that Kenyans need to be more politically aware.
Yes.
And it is the same thing you're saying, because for us to be politically aware, we have to learn the Constitution.
Because the Constitution covers 4 things: our social life, economic life, political life, cultural life. So we focus so much on the politics that the politicians do not focus on ensuring our social welfare, economic welfare.
We our minds are focused. We in the media are among the key culprits when it comes to focusing the citizen's mind on politics. We heighten it. We hype it.
I give you an example. We have just concluded an election, and people are saying the first 5 interviews immediately after a new election or a general election. So what does this mean to the opposition come 2027? I'm like, come on, guys. We are just from an election. For heaven's sake. What does a president or a person running for president have to do with my member of parliament or my choice for my member of parliament? That is how ignorant we are, that someone comes to tell us who we should vote for in a county or in a constituency or in a ward. That should be our choice. Because this person is representing me.
And it's you who knows. You are the ones who know these people.
These people are both my employees. The president is my employee. And this MP is my employee. But now we have people coming to tell us.
Your employee is trying to come and tell you.
Mukinipatia huyu, mambo itaenda sawa. And I'm like, natusipokupatia.
Mambo itaenda sawa.
Like, what are you telling me? Like, what are you telling me? If we don't vote him?
Nganga, we have come to the end of the show, unfortunately, but we always leave it open. You can come, let's continue having this conversation. I'm more interested in how you've put it, how we can get this thing to school.
It's very simple.
Yes.
This is something we are doing right now. We are waiting for the book to be done. Now that the book is done, we are looking for people to help us print as many copies as possible. We don't want to sell those books. So we are looking for well-wishers to help us print as many books as possible because I'm doing a county a week. So
make them also available in PDF.
Yes.
So we can share them on WhatsApp.
In the whole of 2026, I've personally dedicated every Saturday. We are doing half marathons in every counties, and where the weather is not friendly, we'll be walking. So that's how serious we are.
The other thing, you should use technology. Voice.
Make it shareable on PDF, my friend. That thing will go viral.
So that's where we are. The last Saturday of this month of December, we are doing the first half marathon in Trans Nzoia, Kitale. Then we keep moving from one county to the other, to the other, to the other.
Okay.
Just pushing our Kamau agenda. The agenda is Kamau.
Kabla nifutwe kazi, wacha tuende kwa news. But thank you so much, Nganga, for coming through.
Karibu.
We invite you again. Let's continue having this conversation.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Cabinet has approved the establishment of the National Integrated Security Command and Control System aimed at modernizing Kenya's public safety infrastructure. The new system will replace the current outdated security platform with a technology-driven architecture that integrates various security agencies, enabling real-time intelligence, sharing, and rapid coordinated responses. According to government sources, the initial rollout of the system will focus on major urban centers and transport corridors including Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, Eldoret, as well as key border counties. Kiharu Member of Parliament Ndindi Nyoro has criticized the government's proposal to set up the National Infrastructure Fund, accusing the Kenya Kwanza administration of failing to account for nearly 4 trillion Kenya shillings borrowed since 2022. Nyoro says the government must first explain how the borrowed funds were spent and outline clear oversight mechanisms before introducing another large financing vehicle. The MP insists that Kenyans deserve full transparency of the use of trillions of shillings already borrowed.
Before we talk about the launching of trillion shillings fund, I would request those who are in government to come first and face Kenyans and tell them what the government has done with the 4 trillion Kenya shillings that Kenya has borrowed in the last 3 years and 2 months.
An estimated 2.1 million people in 32 counties are facing serious food and nutrition shortages after the failure of the October to December short rains. This has raised alarm over the worsening drought situation. Government assessments show the poor rains have disrupted livelihoods, especially in arid and semi-arid areas. The hard-hit counties include Mandera, Wajir, Marsabit, Garissa, Turkana, Samburu, Isiolo, and Baringo. The High Court is expected to issue its sentence against Reverend Patrick Thengo Mutahi, the moderator of the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, and Secretary General Robert Waihenya, over allegations of disobeying court orders. Justice Stella Mutuku is set to deliver her ruling on Thursday in the case, which centers on the alleged installation of church official David Ndumo as treasurer. This is despite a court order that had barred his appointment.
He has also advised and guided, and will continue doing so, relevant church officers on the need for strict adherence.
I don't know whether I'll be able to do the ruling immediately, but I think for good order, it's good that they're present. Yeah. So I will call these proceedings to an end, then we come back on the 18th.
A French court on Monday handed ex-rebel leader Roger Lumbala a 30-year jail term over complicity in crimes against humanity during the Second Congo War. Lumbala, accused of being one of the masterminds of atrocities in the Democratic Republic of Congo from 2002 to 2003, has been on trial since last month after he was arrested in France in 2020. The former rebel, who has denied any wrongdoing and refused to attend his trial since it opened, was in the dock to hear the verdict. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Manchester United and Bournemouth produced a Premier League classic at Old Trafford as both sides led and had to come from behind before settling for a point from an 8-goal thriller. United's 2-1 halftime lead evaporated within 7 minutes of the restart as Evanilson and Marcus Tavernier struck, but Bruno Fernandes's free kick and Mateus Cunha's effort within 2 minutes of each other turned the contest on its head a second time, with the match finally ending 4-4. The result cost United a top 5 spot, while 13th place Bournemouth have now gone 7 games without a win. The world number 1 Arina Sabalenka has been voted the Women's Tennis Association Player of the Year for a second successive season. The 27-year-old won 4 titles, the most on tour, including retaining the US Open against Amanda Anisimova in September to claim a 4th Grand Slam singles triumph. Across the season, Sabalenka played in a tour best 9 finals, with losses to Madison Keys in the Australian Open final in January and Coco Gauff in June's French Open final. And that's your sport update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, and the time right now is 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. Karibu tena sana. If you're joining us for the first time, well, this is Radio Generation on 88.8 FM in Nairobi and 90.7 FM in Mombasa. You can also find us live and direct on radiogeneration.co.ke. That means you'll be able to see CT in 3D. Yeah, and get to perhaps notice a few things about some things that I shall tell you when the time is right. Situ mesalimiwa hapa na mtu ambaye anaitwa Pahalwana. Amesema following kabisa from Kenya, Israel, na amesema nisalimie CT amesalimika. And then kuna mtu hapa pia anaitwa DK, amesema Nganga should be given another hour. I agree, DK. We shall definitely bring we shall definitely bring Nganga back. Yeah, and also Nazlin agrees and asema Nganga should come back. Yes, Nganga is definitely coming back. But guess what? Someone else is in the studio. We do have an economist and also the CEO of Elim Capital, Odhiambo Ramogi. Odhiambo, good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Good morning and thank you for having me here.
Sisi tuko salama. Today we want to talk about what it will take to transform Kenya's economy. And I find that it will take a lot for us to transform the Kenyan economy.
Yeah, that's true.
And it will actually take something that we were talking about in the last hour, constitutionalism, yes. I was almost biting my tongue there. But yeah, we will need for Kenyans to be patriotic, our leaders to be patriotic, so that we can be able to just get things back on track.
Actually,
I don't know.
We don't need our leaders to be patriotic.
No.
Mm-hmm. If Kenyans are patriotic, should any one of these Kenyans get elected, they will already be patriotic, even as they are sent to this position of leadership. Okay?
Yes.
And those who happen to have been in position of leadership and are clearly not patriotic, because we will then understand what are the tenets of this patriotism, then we will know the leaders we need to get rid of.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, because we will realize these fellows are not reading from the same page as us.
Right.
Yes.
I remember one Kenyan who got to the position of president. And of course, a lot has been said about this man. I'm talking about the late President Mwai Kibaki. Emilio, yes. Again, a lot has been said and a lot will be said even in future days. But I find that to an extent, he was a version of patriotism that was acceptable. Acceptable because if I look at the people who were before him, unfortunately, I was a very young man or a very young child. I didn't really know much about the Moi presidency, but I got to learn about it anyway. But if I consider what I have heard about previous presidents and previous people in leadership, I feel like President Mwai Kibaki did something. It might not have been what we wanted, but I feel like he did something, and especially on matters to do with our economy. I don't know what you think about that, Ramogi.
He definitely did something. He got an economy that was run down. You see, when Moi was in power and the West began becoming uncomfortable with President Moi, the after effect of it is we started losing favor, and there was no grants, there was no loans coming in. And at that time, it was either the US or the UK, the West, in short. There was no alternative in China that we have today. And so the economy struggled from that. And I think Moi realized his continued stay in power will hurt the country more. And for all his ills, he decided to step out so that the country can move forward. And for that, the country is grateful. But when Kibaki came, then we started seeing change in terms of some very good development partnerships, some very good policies. In particular, the free education policy really moved us forward to the fact that the likes of Nganga Muigai today, that generation of free education from Mwai Kibaki, are very informed, very well educated, and very exposed. They are able to argue facts because they are because of the free education, really. On the other hand, also capital was available. Mwai Kibaki refused to borrow and from local banks and push away the local entrepreneur or business person. And so I remember when I graduated, my first job was to sell loans because money was in plenty.
Plenty, yes.
Banks didn't know what to do with that money. So they hired university graduates to go out and sell loans and try as much as possible to push out that capital.
Yeah.
And in turn, the economy responded. You remember as around 2007, 2006, thereabouts, before the post-election violence, our economy topped 7% growth. And that has been building over time from the time he came in.
Yes.
So, yes, he quite did something. Some of those policies in terms of, prudent management of the economy, prudent monetary policy, the free education policy, infrastructure development, contributed in the long end to that 7% that we saw, and subsequent growth even beyond that 7%.
Okay. You know, there's everything you say is absolutely true, but I am of this persuasion that in understanding our progress, we must see governments as a continuum. And we must be cognizant of the things that took place within a certain period of time when a certain gentleman or person was the president, and what it is that thing looked like in maturity.
Right.
What do I mean? There are many things that we consider were atrocities that were committed by the Moi government because they were atrocities. Many of them he could commit, like detention, because the laws allowed for it. He wasn't breaking the law. Our laws allowed for people to be detained without trial. Those are things that needed to be changed. But there's something that the Moi government, there's something that Moi did. Moi opened up learning like no other president has actually done. It's in his time that many, many schools were built. It's in his time that university education got expanded. In his time. We saw universities coming up in a way that they had not come up. Why am I saying this? Is because we take it for granted that remittances from those in the diaspora are just a given. People would not have been able to do what they've done by moving out and going elsewhere if a foundation of education did not exist.
Right.
Now, there's something also inadvertent. When a government is repressive, people also leave. That's inadvertent. The results may be positive, but that's not what was meant by it. People left because they realized living here was untenable for them, given what they believed and what they thought. If we look at the Kenyatta era, Kenyatta did something that Zimbabwe was not able to do. In the Kenyatta era, we were able to contain and live with the colonialists in that same space peaceably. There are those, but on this, thoughts differ completely. There are those who have completely deviant thoughts when it comes to what I'm saying. But what he did bring into being was a situation where the African had taken over literally all the major decision-making processes within government and parliament in Kenya. That Kenyatta oversaw this. So when Moi took over, we already had a government run by Kenyans. We had influence from other parts of the world, but we were running our affairs. Now, Kibaki came in and now took it to a completely different level altogether. Completely different. But we cannot be blind or deaf to the reality that the global economy and global politics had also changed within that period of time. Kenyatta, Moi, we had Cold War, we had East and West. By the time Kibaki came in, some of those issues that someone like Moi had faced with those so-called external lenders weren't quite there. And because of those changes, it is Kibaki who took us to China.
Because yes, it's actually Kibaki who took us to China the first time.
Yes,
and that has its pros and cons.
Yes.
But before I forget, let me also mention that the ills of Kibaki is the 2007 post-election violence. How he sorted it is, one, the Nusumkate government, but that is just to settle things. The real solution that Kibaki provided was the new constitution 2010.
Yes.
And so for that, I think he will go down as the guy who gave us the legacy of a new constitution as he promised in 2002. I agree with CT that Moi planted the seed.
Yes.
in terms of education. By the time we are saying free education, there are education facilities in almost every ward in the Republic of Kenya, in terms of a primary school, in terms of a secondary school, in terms of a polytechnic, and universities were also available. Of course, it took it to another level because some of the places, like I remember growing up in Mombasa, we used to say Mombasa haina university. Sasa hata ukisoma kwa bidii unaenda wapi? But now Mombasa has a university.
Several, actually.
Yes. No. In terms of indigenous, you see, there are there are campuses from Kenyatta University, but an indigenous university, Technical University of Mombasa, is there. In Kilifi, there is Pwani University. And so I agree that Kibaki took it to another level. Now, my problem is this China thing. It started as an innocent thing that our contractors, our local contractors, were corrupt. And they were corrupt the bad way, if I can put it that way.
Ramogi, those people took corruption to unimaginable heights. It was an extremity of corruption. They were introducing something we'd never seen. People are paid to do things which they never do.
Yes.
And they're paid.
Yes. So the local contractor was receiving money from the government and not constructing the roads, not constructing the bridges they are expected to do, not doing the development they are expected to do. And so Kibaki solved this by going to China. The side problem to this is that the Chinese were also corrupt. You give them a deal of 50 million, they give you kickback of 10%. Standard, whether it's 50 million, 5 billion, 50 billion. You just know, you give the deal to them, you have your cut of 10%.
Right.
But they got the job done. So this encouraged not only Kibaki, but also
everyone else after him.
Now, when Uhuru came to power, and the governors as well, even the governors started engaging the Chinese for some of these local construction projects in the counties. There was an embarrassment in Kakamega during devolution conference at that time. Oparanya was governor. And they were to launch something, and they get to the site, and everybody has to wait for the Chinese guy, the contractor, to come and, help them, because there is nobody from the county
who understands.
There. It was very embarrassing. And so that is a big issue for me as an economist. Now, it's a bigger problem now. And the reason is, you see, we measure growth by the amount of money that the government releases into the economy. So if, for example, the government's expenditure this year is 1.5 trillion in the economy. And so part of our measurement metrics in measuring GDP is that 1.5 trillion. But if this 1.5 trillion, around 0.5 trillion has gone to China, because the Chinese they come with their engineers. They come with their scientists, the researchers.
Contractors.
They come with their contractors. They come with their staff, technical persons. They come with their equipment.
So what do we do as Kenyans?
They come even with their cabbages. What we do, is we are the casual laborers.
Watu
wa mkono.
And even that one, they bring their own.
And some of it, they bring their own. And when we get an opportunity, we are treated like
that cabbage you are talking about.
Yes. So you find that if you gave a Chinese a contract of 100 million, what ends up circulating in Kenya is, say, not more than a fifth of that, because it's just paying the casual workers, and the rest goes to China. And so that, that circulation it helps create what we call the multiply effect. So that now, when I get 1,000, I give it to Mama Mboga. Mama Mboga does business with it, buys, and when she does her things, tomorrow now she has 2,000, and she gives it to someone else. That someone else tomorrow has 4,000. That's what we call the multiplier effect. You do not have that when you take the majority of your construction money to a foreign country.
Yes.
And so I think we need to solve the issue of corruption and bring back that money to the Republic of Kenya.
These, again, and I'll take us back to Kibaki. I do not understand how a president who brought in the development that you've spoken about opened us up to, the Eastern world, gave us a new constitution, but that particular person still ended up being very unpopular. Yet I would think that if CT helps my economic status, I will literally be worshipping at the altar of CT Muga.
Who was the unpopular among?
Because in 2007, why did we have the kind of situation that we had?
I'll tell you why.
Right.
Inclusion. You see, while Kibaki was a very gifted economist, his train of thought was like a village headman. Because immediately he came to power, there's a cabal of the Kiambu Mafia and Nyeri Mafia that surrounded him, that he was no longer the president of the Republic of Kenya. He was the president of Kikuyus. And this was rather unfortunate because now you start seeing appointments going in one direction. You start seeing government allocation of resources going in one direction. I remember at that time, Murang'a and Nyeri, the allocation for road construction in Murang'a and Nyeri was more than Nyanza and Western combined. And so then you find that because of that, Kenyans were feeling, we all elected you. We all went out and prayed for you to be president. Why are you behaving the way you are? And so that brought a narrative in 2007 of 42 against 1. So that then the other Kenyans felt like we are not in part of that. So the point I'm trying to drive is, yes, there was economic growth. But then the people benefiting from that economic growth, the rest of Kenyans felt were only one community.
Okay.
And I think that was a failure in leadership that he should have handled early, and he failed to do, and 2007 happened.
There's a writer, a very well-known Kenyan writer called Machara Gaitho, who at that point in time penned something very interesting. He said, Moi tried to stigmatize the Kikuyu, I'm paraphrasing, for 24 years. Moi Kibaki has managed to do that in 2 years. I said, Moi failed.
Yes.
But Moi Kibaki has succeeded. Why? The 40 against 2 or the 42 against 1, part of the problem began with the individual who was credited with having spearheaded Kibaki's being in power, someone called the late Raila Odinga. This is something that is not spoken of, but in that era, after Raila left KANU with literally all the luminaries who had been in KANU, the Rainbow Coalition, all that thing was formed, the person who was considered at that point in history to be of extreme popularity was this same Raila Odinga. Kibaki was not that popular. Kibaki had made 2 attempts at the presidency.
Unfortunately.
Yes, and had failed. And this third one didn't seem to be going anywhere. Now again, views differ here. The people who said it was going well, it wasn't. The understanding and the MOU the two had was there was supposed to be a prime minister. And the prime minister was supposed to be Raila Odinga. There were unfortunate statements that are recorded that were made by individuals within that government. Said, but you know, some of these things we were saying because we wanted power, and they didn't get power. What then happened? Raila Odinga left that government. When he left that government, he went directly into the opposition. And the opposition politics really heated up at that particular point in time. By the time we're having problems in the year 2007, after the elections and so forth, there are those who argue again that election was won. Why? Because at a certain point in time, power went off, the transmission of results failed. But what is unfortunate about that particular time is that Raila Odinga was leading by 2 million votes. This is something that anybody can check. It's in the public domain. So, the seed for the sort of discord that we were seeing that erupted into the violence we saw, one could argue the seeds had been sown. But if you ask me, this pot had been boiling for some time.
It had.
It didn't start boiling then.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think that's the major problem of inclusion. You see, we say that economics is about production. And after production, immediately after production, the next word is distribution of resources.
Yes. Yeah.
Who gets what, where, how, when. Now, if Mwai Kibaki had, created the impression that he is the face of Kenya, he is the president, the representative of every Kenyan, and created that sense of belonging for every single Kenyan, there would not have been 2007.
Okay.
The post-election violence, it would not have been there. We would have loved each other as countrymen, as we should, as we did in 2002. And I hope that we probably can repeat 2002 in 2027 in an inclusive manner.
Let's fast forward, or rather not fast forward, but let's forward now to the presidency of President Uhuru Kenyatta. Economically, where were we? What happened to our country at that time? Did we gain? Did we lose? Was it just stagnated? Where were we?
For lack of a better word,
yes,
I think Uhuru Kenyatta's leadership was the most unsuccessful. And I'll tell you why. He had all the right ingredients.
I mean, it was literally in his presidency when we now implemented devolution.
We implemented devolution. He had a new constitution to work with.
Yes.
The environment was set.
Perfect.
He had very good approval ratings after the sympathy of ICC. The country was okay. He had everything he needed. Emilio Mwai Kibaki had worked hard to ensure that he'd laid a good foundation for infrastructure development in terms of economic policy, both monetary and fiscal. We are in a
he
good
was
place.
literally even adopting the Vision 2030.
He had the Vision 2030 to actually drive his thought process. But the leadership was underwhelming. The outcome of it was underwhelming. At his last State of the Nation address to Parliament, Uhuru Kenyatta comes to Parliament and now tries to make sense of what he was doing for 10 years. And he called it accelerated development. In simple English, I borrowed a lot so that I can do a lot in 10 years.
Which I didn't do.
So you find that there was a lot of borrowing. Heavy borrowing, that so that he can do the SGR. Now the SGR is a big conundrum, because on one hand it is unsustainable. The amount of money that was used to construct the SGR is too much, so that then it cannot repay itself, even in 10 years, even in 20 years. It cannot repay itself. It's too much. And so you find that now every now and then you need to forget about it as a government and just pay the loan without thinking about the income coming from the project. And so for that, I would say that Uhuru Kenyatta failed us in a big way. And I would not wish really to do a proper review of his leadership.
His presidency.
It is within that presidency that we first started hearing from civil society about state capture.
Because it was about business really for him.
He is the one who admitted publicly that we lose 2 billion shillings daily. Then now we were just told recently that it's ballooned to 3 billion daily.
That's possible. And the worst part is when cornered about the state of corruption in the country, sasa mnataka nifanye nini? Is like telling you, I'm helpless, I'm powerless. There's a cabal that is controlling the country. I am not in charge of the country. You see, that really puts you in a very awkward position, because this is someone elected by the people. This is someone who is the chief of defense forces of Kenya. This is someone who is the ultimate in terms of protecting our interests, our safety, and he's telling you he's powerless.
Let me ask you, Ramogi, what really could he have done? Because now we also have a president who is in a similar position. Well, he's not the one who's told us that he's losing 3 billion daily, but the point is that money is being lost. So what really could he have done? Let's start with President Uhuru.
Bwana, now you want me to go back to where Muigai left.
The reason I'm asking is because had he done something at that particular time, if he had the powers, then perhaps we wouldn't be losing 3 billion shillings daily today. Actually, we wouldn't be losing anything. But because it started there, the leakage started there. Wahenga walisema usipoziba ufa utajenga ukuta.
Right.
No, the leakage didn't start there.
The leakage started earlier.
At the very least, we know that at that time, there was a leakage of 2 billion.
It only matured. The president, number one, is the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces of Kenya. In other words, he has the force. He has the power of the gun. You do not tell me you are helpless when you have the instruments of security under your leadership. Number two, the president is the face of the government. What you do, people follow. When you come to tell us 2 billion is being lost every day, why do the people serving under you have so much confidence to steal? Is it because you yourself, they know you are stealing? And so you lack the moral authority to come and tell them, stop stealing. Because they know you stole in SGR. They know you stole at Eurobond. They know there are projects that are yours, yako mwenyewe, like the expressway. And so they also say, kama rais mwenyewe anajijenga na pesa ya serikali,
mimi je.
Sembuse mimi. So you find that he had the opportunity to say no. Because they are not broke. Those guys are not broke. He had the opportunity to say, no, I will not steal because we need to take this country forward and I need to fight this thing called corruption. He did not
fight corruption.
He did not fight corruption.
Okay.
He had the sword in his hand and he would slash anybody who stood in his way in the fight against corruption. He did not use it. Sasa mnataka nifanye nini? If you knew you are so powerless, why did you even ask for the presidency in the first place?
Good question.
But bear one thing in mind. You ask when you ask the question.
Yes.
What could he have done? He took over from a president who had guaranteed that he borrowed as little as possible, and that we relied on what we ourselves had as much as possible. Why did he change that? Why did he more or less do the complete opposite of what the other president had done? Mwai Kibaki's time, we never borrowed more than 5% of what we needed. 5.
And we still had some very splendid development projects.
We did.
Yeah.
We did. But from our own resources.
So we expanded Kisumu Airport. We did Thika Superhighway.
Yes.
I think it's at that time that we started the expansion of the port of Mombasa. So,
yes.
Because I remember when Uhuru and Ruto were elected, that's the first project they went to inspect. And we never borrowed more than we needed.
So the reason I started by asking about Emilio, then we got to Uhuru, and then now I want us to talk about President Ruto is because... Yes, President William Ruto.
No, I don't want us to talk about William Ruto yet. The Uhuru presidency must be seen for what it did. When you add to what was left another 6 trillion in borrowing, you are not paying the debt of that 6 trillion. Somebody who comes after you is going to pay that particular debt.
Yes.
It shouldn't be an issue if that money is actually used for what you said, for development. Because you know why? If that development actually occurs, then the economy will automatically grow. If it grows, it will be able to manage the repayment of that loan without a problem. COVID notwithstanding.
COVID notwithstanding. Sorry, carry on.
No, go ahead.
I mean, like, let me just take an example of the SGR. Allow me to go back there. It's a pain point for me because it's a fight I did. The SGR was constructed with over trillion shillings. A trillion shillings. The painful part is that the Ethiopians did a similar project for around 30 billion, equivalent of 30 billion Kenya shillings. And we are told that, and theirs is longer, and theirs is double. Ya kukuja na ya kwenda.
So they did twice the thing, longer distance for a fraction.
Correct.
Because it's not even half the amount.
Yes, it's a fraction.
But Tanzanians are also doing the same thing.
Because when you compare 30 billion to 1 trillion,
yes,
there's some 970 billion there.
Yes, and so it's very unfortunate. The borrowing now, and you know what we economists say is that borrowing is a form of taxation, because somehow, somewhere, that money must be paid, and it must come from somewhere. And we guess where that somewhere is?
Me and you,
our pockets. And so we will pay it. We will pay it, our children will pay it, our children's children will pay it. And so that borrowing then destabilized the economy to the extent that there's a lot of uncertainty. You're not sure whether we will be able to pay Eurobond 1 and Eurobond 2 and the SGR loan. And even then, you don't know where Eurobond 1 went. We still to date, no one knows where Eurobond 1 money went, because it never came into the consolidated fund. And that Eurobond 1 money, my imagination is that it is the same money, or rather many of us think that it is the same money that was used to lend to us in Eurobond 2. So it is a bad place.
Are you alleging that someone borrowed money
using the government of Kenya,
the government, and then took
that money, and that came back and lent it to you?
So now they are coming and they're lending it to us.
Correct.
So here we are paying 2 loans in one.
Yes.
It's a speculation.
It is the thought of many.
There are no facts to support that particular view. If they are there, we don't have them, do we?
Again, if we do not even know where the money is.
What we do know it didn't get to the consolidated fund. We know.
Exactly.
Because that is, any money that gets to the consolidated fund is the public domain. You will know. Yes, it's not some secret that is held tight in a vault. No, anybody who cares to know, you will know. Yes.
All right. So here we are. I hope he has answered you in regards to this something.
No, I wasn't asking a question.
You were just contributing.
You were just contributing to what I was saying. And the reason why I was saying this is you need to look at the exponential nature of the way the Uhuru and then now the Ruto government are borrowing. I was coming back to where you had wanted us to get.
Yeah.
Because, look, Kibaki leaves us a debt of what was it, 1.7 trillion? Close to 2. Okay? By the time Uhuru leaves, we're at what? 8. And this government, we're being told, has borrowed what? 4 trillion?
Already. It's like a trillion. It's no longer a trillion a year. It's more than a trillion a year. Yeah, so this is where we are.
Now, looking at the KK government, there are certain things that are currently being done. For example, we are trying to digitize everything. So right now, many government projects can be accessed and paid through e-citizen, for example, from your license to even some taxes. We are also trying to do procurement digitally. I don't know how far that thing is, such that all government tenders can go through the electronic government procurement whatever system. Now, looking at some of those things that the president has managed to do in the last 3 years, will they help us curb some of these loopholes that have enabled the wastage and the corruption?
You see, if we were using technology to increase efficiency, eliminate wastage, and just make work easier for Mwananchi, I would say most definitely.
Okay. Why the dramatic pause? But yes, continue.
No, I'm thinking.
Yes.
anytime I have to do business with eCitizen, there's an amount I'm paying above and beyond the statutory amount I am required to pay. They call it facility fee, around 50 shillings.
Yes.
I hear in a year it's translating to over 20 billion.
It's actually called convenience fee.
Convenience fee.
Yes.
Now, why? Why am I being used? Why am I being used as a product for someone to make money on the website? Is it that the government of Kenya was not able to get one or two people in its staff base to make for us a website that we can use and just pay the tax? Why should we pay this? So my point is, you get the feeling, in the end, you get the feeling that the technology is not being used to make it convenient or help you as mwananchi. It is being used kukutoanisha, to
extort you.
To extort you. So for me, that is a bigger problem. Technology, at any given time, innovation drives economic growth. And I am supportive of the idea that procurement needs to be digitized end to end. We have it digitized in terms of the advertisements, the application. You can get the application forms online. We did not have it end to end, where I don't have to go to some box at Treasury to put in my bid.
Your tender, yes.
Yes, I can just go online and do end to end, and with it be sure that somehow my bid will be seen. Because the problem in the past had been, if you apply online, chances are no one will see your application. But if you put it in the box, they cannot deny it, because at the time of opening, it's all there. And so technology is a driver of growth. However, I think this problem of corruption has crept in, and technology now is just being used to extort, to bring in all the money together, and then they decide who gets what where.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, is that, again, the question I am asking is, will that help us, first of all, stop the wastage, convenience fee notwithstanding?
The wastage had never been an issue of lack of technology. You remember there was IFMIS. I think IFMIS came around Kibaki's time. Have they stolen in spite of IFMIS? They have. The wastage has been there through, and it still will be there. Somehow, somewhere, for as long as people want to do corruption, it really doesn't matter what technology is there. They will still steal. The point for me is it makes life easier for mwananchi. It makes things to move faster. Because if things can move faster, then it means those of us who are doing business can do so without having to wait for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months for a passport, 6 months, 9 months for a registration certificate. You get it faster, and that helps in growth. But in terms of corruption, I would not say this will stop corruption.
When I look at the quality of the folks also in cabinet compared to the other folks that had been in previous governments, because at the end of the day, I believe that whoever is in charge of these ministries, whether it's the CS level all the way to the principal secretary level, in one or another, they determine how those ministries will be run, and by extension, how we shall be able to receive services from the government. Now, if I look at the appointments in the current government, I'll be very honest, they do not inspire confidence. A lot of the people put in those positions, I don't feel like they are qualified enough, or perhaps they should have been somewhere else. But from an economic...
But I fear you are looking at it from a point of view, think the person appointing wants growth or development.
But that should be the point.
It should be the point.
Yes.
It is not. We have been shown over and over that it is not about Mwananchi. Mwananchi went to the streets last year saying, remove these guys. Were they removed? Mwananchi went to the streets and said, we want some new faces. Did you see new faces? The Mwananchi is not the
There are
factor.
some new faces.
Yeah. but let me tell you. I realized my time is almost ending.
No, we have a lot of time together here. Don't be in a rush.
Let me tell you, the matter as it is right now. Somewhere, someone is looking for re-election. Those faces you see are people who are supposed to help the president to be re-elected. They are not to help you to make your economy better. They are not to help you to make your business better. No. And so I fear that you might be disappointed.
Yes.
And let me point out, there is a speech made by Cabinet Secretary Ruku that needs to be condemned. I saw it yesterday. Cabinet Secretary Ruku goes to Mount Kenya and says that ile development watu wa Nyeri Moranga wanapata, sisi pia tunahitaji, tumeachwa nyuma, marginalized. There's a dangerous narrative that is being peddled by the president's political class, which is divide and rule.
Right.
I fear that is a very dangerous place to be. We are preparing people for a fight. In Lowland, I have heard stories of the watu ya Homa Bay South na watu ya North. In Mount Kenya East now, I'm seeing a cabinet secretary going to tell the people that watu ya Mount Kenya East na watu ya Mount Kenya West, all of a sudden, where is that from? Just to get elected. This is a cabinet secretary who is supposed to be neutral politically, or starting to divide people like that. In Tana River, I have already heard the Pokomos and the Oromos are being separated. I think that's a very dangerous narrative coming from a cabinet secretary.
There's a comment here. Yes.
Hated.
I agree with you. So, DK says Chinese companies continue to win large PPP concessions, 28-year toll rights after 2027 completion, indicating long-term commitment rather than exit. First of all, any comments in regards to that? We allow these developers to come develop this then for a very long time, perhaps. Is that a model that even works outside Africa, first of all?
It's a risky model because it means, assuming, for example, our construction budget is around 300 billion every year. Assuming, it could be higher. Now, in 10 years, that's 3 trillion. In 20 years, that's 6 trillion. There is opportunity cost of that money going elsewhere. Because assuming then it was happening here, 6 trillion at a multiplier of 4, that's around 24 trillion. Just
circulating.
Yeah. You know, that's like almost double our GDP as it is now. Because our GDP right now is around 13 trillion. That's how serious that is. So if we keep taking our money elsewhere, we are growing China while we are remaining with a begging bowl to China every now and then, help us to do this, help us to do that. It's a very dangerous place to be. And it is driven by the need for kickbacks. Because people in power want that 10%. And they do not want to build capacity locally and say, okay, we have engineers. I saw some engineer in Kisumu commit suicide. We have engineers that have capacity. Can we help them come together and help them build capacity? Start them with a small road. Start them with a small project. We are not doing that. We prefer that money goes to Guangzhou and then we open an account somewhere in Hong Kong or China. Our account in Hong Kong is being credited with 10% of that money. Shindwe.
Nazlin says, should the finance ministry be the one tasked with distributing money when they are often politically motivated?
No, it doesn't work that way. It's not them distributing money. We have a budget-making parliament. And they determine, hopefully, from an informed position of what it is that is needed, and then determine how the money should be allocated. And that's why you have ministries. It is through these ministries, and again now through the devolved system, that the money is distributed. Now, if they mean that once you have looked at this structure, that money, the treasury then takes the money to all these, should we say, points of distribution.
Yes.
Then yes, that's what happens. But it is not them who actually are the ones who determine where the money goes. It's not them.
Yeah, if I mean, there's the allocation that comes from Parliament. Parliament has the power of the purse, and it is them to allocate. But I mean, by law, and I think that's where we need to go to constitutionalism. There's a history that Treasury used to come up with the expenditure framework and give it to Parliament, and then Parliament approves. In many instances during the tenure of Moi and Kibaki, really, what Treasury submitted to Parliament was approved as is. The new constitution declares that the power of the purse is with Parliament. And so Treasury gives suggestions to Parliament or proposals. Then Parliament interrogates those proposals, does public participation. Hopefully. And then now approves, amends, approves as is or amends, or can even come up with a totally new new framework. But the standing orders still restrict Parliament, because the standing orders say that Parliament can only amend or edit that proposal up to 30%. So you see, by law, what CT is saying is the ideal. By practice, what DK is saying is in practice. So that then it is Treasury who determines what goes where, how, as opposed to a representative organ like Parliament that has everybody, that now can say, apana, this year, consider this road as well, consider this project as well. And so there's a disparity there.
Are you suggesting that Parliament is a rubber stamp?
But it has been for a very long time.
I understand. Let me ask the question again. Are you suggesting that under the new constitution, Parliament is still a rubber stamp?
Under the new constitution, by law, it is not a rubber stamp. But by practice, the Parliament of Kenya has failed. It is a rubber stamp. We have seen it over and over. You saw when the finance bill was taken to Parliament, and Mwananchi is saying, we do not want that bill. And then Parliament goes ahead and rubber stamps it because the boss at State House has said it should be passed. And then immediately the boss changes tune and says, no, but I will not assent to this bill. You see them singing again and clapping.
Yes.
And then they also went ahead and implemented
what they had been told to do.
So in this discussion that we've just had, where does the Ministry of Finance or Treasury, where does it come in?
But doesn't Treasury just implement what it has been handed to?
No, not the implementation. What is being implemented originated somewhere. Where did it originate from?
Parliament.
No.
Doesn't Parliament make the budget?
Parliament is told what to approve.
Okay.
Sadly, in this setup, in the system as we have it right now.
Parliament agrees, sells their birthright, which is the delegated power that we give them. The point I'm trying to make is, does Parliament have the power to reject or to put across what they consider to be an appropriate budget? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, they have.
Yes.
By law. But at least by the constitution.
They have the power.
Yes.
But they do not.
But they do not. They have a standing order that tells them, okay, you can only say up to 30%. You can only change up to 30%. One. Two, they have the power to reject that finance bill and tell the cabinet secretary, kuja na ingine hii, or that budget, and tell the appropriations bill and tell the cabinet secretary, kuja na ingine. But they hardly do. In practice, they just, yes, sir. So that's the problem. To answer the question he asked is about origination. Treasury is the coordinating ministry all these parastatals and ministries and agencies submit their proposed budgets to Treasury.
Yes.
Then Treasury collates all those budgets into one budget, what we call the appropriations bill. And then Treasury has to think, where are we going to get money to finance this budget? So Treasury now talks about the finance bill of how to finance it, whether it's through borrowing or other sources or through taxes. And then Treasury submits these proposals to Parliament. We call them the two budget laws, the Appropriations Act and the Finance Bill, the Appropriations Bill and the Finance Bill. And then now Parliament is supposed to interrogate and say, this is good, this is not. And then after that, even come to Mwananchi and ask, what do you think of these proposals? So that it is clear they are acting on behalf of Mwananchi.
Yes.
Parliament never does that. So Parliament just goes ahead and approves and says, ile yote wamesema, sisi tutafanya.
Okay. Let's take a brief break. When we return, read a comment here talking about virtually every mega scheme Uhuru had apparently is just sitting somewhere idle. But most importantly, then what we can do to revive this said economy. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The High Court has ordered the Independent Policing Oversight Authority to release CCTV footage that could be vital in the case of teacher and blogger Albert Ojwang's death. The footage is expected to show events leading to his killing in police custody. Former OCS Samson Talam and 5 others who deny the charges remain in custody as the court sets trial dates. Constitutional and economic rights advocate Ng'ang'a Muigai has called for the Kenyan Constitution to be taught as a compulsory, examinable subject in schools. He says this will raise a constitutional informed generation of voters by 2032. Speaking on Radio Generation, he said civic ignorance weakens accountability, noting that citizens cannot enforce provisions like Chapter 6 of the Leadership and Integrity if they do not understand them.
You know, like those basic things, they can be taught at the basic level. And as we advance, you just,
get deeper now.
Get deeper and deeper. By the time you get to grade 10, right now the CBE is rolling grade 10 to 12, right? Can you imagine if we teach these kids the Constitution right now? Because these kids will be mature for voting in 2032.
Yes.
Can you imagine how constitutionally informed these people will be in 2032? Another thing I'll tell you, when you go for any job interview, what do they tell you? They tell you you should be conversant with Chapter 6. See, they tell you that.
Leadership and integrity.
But no one ever taught you Chapter 6. No one ever taught you about any acts of parliament that were effected as directed by Chapter 6.
President William Ruto will host 5,000 delegates from marginalized and minority groups on Thursday to mark the International Day for Minority Rights. The delegates drawn from various communities are expected to arrive dressed in their traditional regalia at State House, Nairobi. The government says Thursday's event is part of President Ruto's policy of mainstreaming minorities in line with UN requirements for the day, which was established in 1992.
Certain articles of the Constitution and the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto. The biggest being Chapter 56 on affirmative action for minorities and marginalized communities. As you are aware, President William Ruto is running a very inclusive government, and inclusion is inclusion of regions, inclusion of economic sectors, and inclusion of all the communities or ethnic communities. For a very long time, we've been seeing delegations meeting the president on issues of agriculture, boda, MSMEs.
Wiper Patriotic Front leader Kalonzo Musyoka has criticized the planned demolition of houses in Maragweni slums within Nairobi's Mukuru area, warning the government against forceful evictions of residents. Speaking to the media at the Wiper Patriotic Front headquarters, Kalonzo faulted the government for allegedly ignoring a court order that halted the demolitions. He called on the relevant authorities to engage residents through public barazas to agree on a humane and consultative way forward.
We have taken notice of this matter. We are seized with it and have asked Wakili Njirondegwa on behalf of the residents to make sure that this eviction does not happen. And if it happens, especially during this time when residents are clearly thinking about Christmas holidays, it will be an affront against the basic rights of the residents of this estate.
Armed men have kidnapped at least 13 people from a church in Nigeria's central Kogi state, the second such attack in as many weeks. The attackers stormed into evangelical church, winning all in the mainly rural farming district of Az-Kiri during Sunday morning service, opening fire, then abducting some of the congregants. 5 of the gunmen were killed, according to Kogi State's Information Commissioner, Kinsley Fanwo, but he said others managed to escape despite being wounded. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Oh, yes, indeed. This is Radio Generation. 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? I hope you're enjoying the festive season as much as we are. Looking forward to Christmas, indeed. In studio, we do have Ramogi Odhiambo. Is it Odhiambo Ramogi? He's an economist and the CEO of Elim Capital. The conversation is around our economy and what it will take to transform it. But for us to know where our economy is, of course, we have got to understand where it came from. And we started by looking at the presidencies of President Mwai Kibaki. We went into the presidency of President Uhuru, and then sasa tuko kwa hii ya Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Kabla niingie katika masuala nyeti, hapa kuna comment Ramogi. Yeah. So DK again is back, and DK is saying, virtually every mega scheme Uhuru government launched, from Eurobonds and SGR to laptops, dams and affordable housing, is now either idle, incomplete, or the subject of unresolved graft inquiries. Yeah, what would you say about that statement?
I think Uhuru was a bit ambitious, so that then he took many projects simultaneously.
Yes.
In execution, we say focus on 1, 2, at most 3. And then the others will look into these 2 or 3. Now, if Uhuru decided that his primary work as president would be 1, infrastructure, and 2, say, small business.
Yes.
You focus on these 2, and then it helps you to create a multiply effect, as it were. And they help you to manage or to do the others that you probably will not be focusing on.
Right.
He failed to do that. So there are too many small things here and there. Aurora and Kimarer, there was the other dam, I think, in Kitui. I can't remember the name.
Thwake, I think.
Thwake, yes. So there was Thwake Dam, then there was the SGR, then there was the the laptops. So there are so many things that were taking the monies from the treasury, but never quite got there. He called it accelerated development. Granted, some of the thought process that went into some of these ideas were very good. But if you ever want to do anything, you must sacrifice a good idea for a great idea. Uhuru Kenyatta failed to do that. Ultimately, and I say this advised, he's a very good guy. But in terms of leadership, there was simply no leadership to prioritize, to lead, to guide, to be a role model.
Because if we usually ask ourselves, okay, so this amount of money that was borrowed during the Uhuru government, we have nothing to show for it. And I'm just thinking that perhaps could it be as a result of the stalled projects that never probably took off? Does that mean that the money is still somewhere in our government waiting for, that particular project to be paid
Kimarer was eaten. Galana Kulalu was eaten. SGR was eaten. At least you have the SGR.
Yeah.
Even if it ends, someone called it the railway to nowhere, to someone's farm. But at least we have it. The laptop was eaten, and there are several monies that were. In principle, that money is not there.
It was eaten.
It was eaten.
Long story short.
Tuache
kuitetea sana.
But it is actually not true to say that there's nothing to show for it.
There's nothing to show for 6 trillion.
And I'm trying to... Yes. If you say that, then that is correct.
Yes.
Because there were some...
And again, it is correct if you're speaking anecdotally. If you're being precise, there are very many projects that were started. That is something you can see it was started. It was not completed. There are those who would argue this, that any major project that a government begins, it is unlikely that they're the ones who will complete it. Somebody else will come along and complete it. Like, for instance, if you look at the roads in the country, they started with Kibaki, not even Uhuru. And they have continued because of the nature of that particular business. If we were to speak factually, then we would have to pinpoint specific projects that we were told the monies were for, because the borrowing was with certain projects in mind. And we would argue, for this project, this is what we borrowed. Like the Rorki Morer one, that is straightforward. When we speak about certain money is not coming in, we know this is what was borrowed and this is what hit the consolidated fund. There are many other projects that were spoken of. Some were started. The SGR was started. Again, it continued. It ended up in Duka Moja in Naivasha. Okay? So, and yet, we know full well that the plan was not for it to end up in Naivasha.
Right.
The plan was...
It goes all the way.
It was supposed to go in until we border our border with Uganda. Okay? Now, the thing about what people who understand these things, people of Ramogi's ilk have said, is budgeted corruption. You start a project when you full well know that you are starting it so that you can justify the borrowing of the money. But you have absolutely no intention whatsoever of actually doing what you said you would do. That particular argument lends credence to projects that we consider stalled. Because the money was given. The project was not completed.
Right.
So you would assume that the monies that was meant, some of it which were meant for the completion still exists. But in our situation, that money does not exist.
It doesn't.
So you ask, so where did the money go? Because the project is incomplete, and yet we had money to complete the project.
Yeah.
City, I subscribe to your school of thought fully. There are, however, some that was able, would have done one if he was willing to. For example, how long does it take to plant maize in Galana Kulalu? How long does it take to procure a laptop for young people? If indeed
we are serious about it.
Yes, we are serious about it. The way Kibaki said, leave everything else. Make sure those children go to school. I don't care if they don't have uniform. We will get them uniform as they go to school.
As long as they're not naked.
Yes. You understand that level of commitment.
Yes.
That was missing. Of course, there are projects like now I hear William wants to complete the SGR to Busia because that was their understanding with Raila. There are projects that, the next generation will pick it up from where you left it, but at least the budgeted amount did what was intended.
Let me ask, that SGR, if completed successfully, what kind of economic opportunities will it have for the country?
If it is completed at a certain cost, not just if it is completed.
That's why I said successfully.
Yes.
That means cost implication, timelines involved here, and so on and so forth.
Transporting things with the railway is a lot cheaper, ordinarily. Forget SIA too. Ordinarily, transporting things through the railway is a lot cheaper, it's more reliable, it's a lot faster. Assuming you have a trailer in coming from Mombasa to Busia, that trailer might take up to even 2 days.
Yes.
If you took a train and you put all those containers in 10 trailers on that one train, and you told that train to go to Busia, it would probably be in Busia on an SGR proper, maybe in 6 hours. So that then you see about 18 hours have been cut off from the journey that good is supposed to take from Mombasa to either DRC, Rwanda, or Uganda.
And you've multiplied the capacity.
So it really makes goods to move faster. And when the goods move faster, it means business is moving faster, and it means then that we are able to generate or produce a lot more at a certain given time, because time is a resource, and you can produce more. If you can produce more in a year, that means you are doing a lot better than you would. So yes, it would open up a lot of opportunities in terms of movement. But then there's also the part where there are communities in those parts of the country that feel like they are not able to take advantage of the economic situation in Nairobi. There are people who feel like, you see, the wandugu zetu wa Masai, wa Kajiado, watu wa Masaku, watu wa Kiambu, they have the advantage. You can produce anything and bring it to Nairobi very easily, or so we think. But then there are those in Kisii, there are those in Kakamega, there are those in Busia, that would feel, how do we take advantage of the market in Nairobi? Because the biggest market is Nairobi, and Nairobi controls about 60% of our GDP. And so when then we have a railway line that can ensure I put my perishable goods on that train somewhere in Vihiga or in Luanda, and I know in about 3 hours time it will be in Nairobi, and I am able to take it to the market, it just unlocks certain opportunities that are very difficult to access right now. Yeah.
We're also seeing a lot of projects being done as far as energy is concerned. For example, the cabinet, through their sitting yesterday, have approved some new model to ensure that we have a larger energy production capacity in the country. What I understand, again, is that we are already, from the capacities that we have huge potential that we are not using. But the costs that we are being told are needed to extract that capacity, for me, they're not making sense. When I listen to engineers and then I listen to the politics, I'm like, are we saying this? Where are we as far as that is concerned? So let's talk about energy here. Our manufacturing kidogo iko chini. I'm always for the idea that we need to do some of the things that China is doing for us and India is doing for us. I believe we can do it here. We just need energy production. From your perspective and where you sit, are we able to unlock our energy potential in the next, even say, 2 years?
When you say potential, I think what you mean is what we are producing versus what we are using.
Yes. And also what we are able to produce.
So I'll start from what we are producing versus what we are using. What we are producing is more than what we are using. You'd find that, for example, I was complaining somewhere that I don't like the way Kenya Power treats people in our villages. When a transformer goes down, they can take even 3 months before replacing it.
3 months?
Yeah, bro, that's a
3 months,
and even 9 months. And
you people still pay tax
and pay for power.
Okay.
And you find that the reason they give is, when you guys are not using power. You're using power to charge phones. You're using power to watch TV only. So then you find the bills are negligible, like 300. Mtu akilipa akipeana akitoa 500 anunue token, then you find you can stay with that token for a whole month. So in other words, when we look at your region, the usage of power is low, even though there is capacity. And the reason for that usually is the cost of energy. You do not want to use... no one would mind showering with hot water in the village. No one would mind cooking with electricity in the village. But if your costs are unmanageable, come on, we'll just use it to charge phones. And so, generally speaking, what we produce, the capacity we have, and what we use differ. Now, there is also these guys called independent power producers that are supposed to be standby. Most of our power that KenGen sells to KPLC is clean power. Hydroelectricity, geothermal, wind, solar. It's clean power.
Why do you call it clean and not just alternate?
Let's call it clean.
Okay. Let's go on.
Because it does not use
fossil
fuels.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
The production of those things use fossil fuel at some point or the other. So fossil fuel is used in the production of these so-called windmills. And those windmills...
at the point of production, eco clean.
At the point where we are producing the electricity. Forget about at the point we are manufacturing the equipment.
I have put aside the discussion. Please, forgive me.
Thank you for assorting that discussion.
Yes, go ahead.
On the other hand, the independent power producers use fossil fuel to produce electricity. The amount of fossil fuel they use to produce electricity, of course, is a lot higher than what City is alluding to. Now, they are more expensive. You'd find that Kenya Power buys power from KenGen at, say, 6 shillings per kilowatt. These guys would do 20 or 25, which is around 5 times.
Yes.
And so now we are told that if we do not pay the IPPs, the independent power producers, the downtimes will be a lot, because these other sources can be unreliable or dependent on weather. So the IPPs are what makes power to be expensive. The question I've always asked myself is there a way in which someone like KenGen can produce alternate power using fossil fuel and sell it to KenGen at a manageable price that takes advantage of its economies of scale? Because you see, it does not need necessarily to hire a new accountant for that, to hire a new manager, a general manager for that. It just needs to hire some technical guys who can manage or maintain that project. And so it will take advantage of those economies of scale and sell it to Kenya Power at a better price. And the answer we are being told is, yes, they already have a source of alternate power, but it is not sufficient. So we have to get from these independent power producers as well. Of course, the answer to that would be increased capacity. But my observation is, of course, there are people in power that have interests in the IEPPs. So that has to continue. For me, the cost of energy must come down. It doesn't matter if you bring the capacity 10 megawatts from where we are at 2 or 3. That cost must come down. Because if it doesn't come down, however high the capacity is, we will still use electricity to charge phones. We will still use electricity to light our homes. And that's it. Manufacturers will be afraid to manufacture using your electricity because the costs are manageable. At the end of the day, the discussion about energy is not whether we have sufficient energy or not, is whether the cost of our energy is okay, sustainable, manageable or not.
Now, this separate issue of manufacturing, which unfortunately is tied to energy, but let's forget energy for a minute and focus on the manufacturing alone. Our capacity to manufacture, let's even talk about just pharmaceuticals. We import a lot of medicine from places like India because I actually don't know why. There was an executive, I think I had, it's a lady, she was talking I think it was last year, it was the end of last year, saying that they would like to try and start manufacturing some of the drugs within the country so they can bring the costs much lower than they are currently. And that is just one industry we're looking at, pharmaceutical manufacturing. And we have other kinds of manufacturing we can look at. And I feel like we are underusing that capacity because if it's the engineers, we have them. Tunashindanga tukigraduate from Kenyatta University of Nairobi, JKUAT, Malindi, huko kote ma engineers.
And the graduation pictures are very good.
Exactly.
Very nice.
But where are all these engineers going to?
Kenyan Power.
Now I think we can have the...
Where are all these professionals going to?
Now I think we can have the conversation about what will it take for Kenya to grow economically.
Exactly.
Economic production or economics is about production and distribution, as I had mentioned. Now, under production, I'm sure you'll remember your business education. I'm assuming you are an 844 guy. You're not a CBE guy.
844 kabisa.
Under 844, there was business education.
Yes, there was.
We used to sing that there are 4 factors of production. Capital, labor, entrepreneurship, land. Of course, later on, they added technology. As an economist, these 5 can be reduced to only 2, capital and labor. Every economic theory is surrounding these 2 because technology and innovation is part and parcel of capital. It's a unique form of capital, but it is capital. Entrepreneurship is part and parcel of labor. It's a unique way of labor, but it's labor. Now, if you are to grow, it means then that you have to look at these 2 for you to have economic growth. You look at them nicely, you have the desired outcome. So, let's start with labor. For you to ensure that labor is important or generates growth, number 1, you train. Let's start it even as early as you educate, free education. Then you train. You equip them with the right skills. Then you create jobs for them. The labor market has the education system as its supply side, and the employers, on the other hand, as its demand side. So what Kibaki did is he ensured, what Kibaki and the conversation we've had even with Moi, they ensured that the supply side is well taken care of. You ensure that these people have access to education. You ensure that they can access training easily, whether it's college training through TVET or university training. And you ensure that you create jobs for them by availing capital. Now, where we are right now, would I say that our education sector is doing very well, so that then the labor for economic growth is being backed nicely. Yes. Kwanza, there is a problem of capitation. There is always drama in education system.
Yeah.
Secondly, you sit university students in a room and you ask them, are you able to access education? Because access is, I am able to pay for it. And the answer is no. Because there are many of them who've either gone home or even committed suicide because you are unable to continue with your education.
Yeah, so they dropped out.
So they dropped out. The ones that succeed in finishing that and coming back now to your conversation about engineers and doctors, and there are very gifted people out there that have gone through the university system and are at home. Many young people today prefer to go to TVET because research is indicating that for you to get a job after you've graduated from TVET, it will take you roughly 6 months.
As opposed to a degree.
As opposed to a degree, which will take you about 24 months. And so and this is the average. Yeah? There are those who take longer. And so the university graduate, the engineer, will stay at home, while the guy who learned mechanic will get a job. The plumber will get a job. The welder will get a job. And so many people are preferring not to go to university, rather to go to the TVET.
Okay.
Because the TVET will assure you at least there's an opportunity. Na kama hakuna, fungue kakibanda kioski yako and you continue with your life.
Hautakosa mtu anataka kutengenezewa stima.
Yes.
Choo yake imeblock.
Yes.
And all these other things. Yeah.
And even this construction, hautakosa tu mahali, you can just go and say, I can help you, I am a plumber. So that is the crisis we have right now. You know that there will be no development or economic growth when the labor is not being utilized. We usually think that increase in population is equivalent to increase in labor. No. You must convert this population into labor by training and engage that labor in the productive economy.
Right.
And that will bring you the desired results. Now, on the other hand is capital. Now, when we talk about capital, the real thing is, one, am I able to invest my money, access capital and invest that capital? And two, is it able to give me returns? There are those who are succeeding because they are connected to government. That is an outlier. That is not a barometer of an economy that is doing well. At the basic point, wewe kama an individual, are you able to invest your money somewhere and somehow, first of all, access that capital?
Yes.
And you access that capital from a bank, you access that capital from your savings and from the savings of some of your friends, because you can pull your resources together. And then after accessing that capital, are you able to put it somewhere and it can grow and give you returns? Now, let's now do an analysis of where the capital situation is right now. First, you guys don't have savings, you middle class.
Yeah.
You don't have savings because you are being taxed, because the dependency rate is high, because apart from paying taxes, you still have to pay for some services. Like, you see, you still have to pay for education of your children in a private school because you're not so sure about this other school. You still have to pay for high maintenance for your car because the roads kidogo. You see, now, because of that, you don't have savings. Now, that means you have to go to a bank and borrow. When you go to the bank to borrow, there's something called crowding out. So the cost of the loan goes up, courtesy of high interest rates, but also you are not exactly a priority. So we can look at you and do a risk analysis of you and say, why take our money and risk giving it to CT while we can actually just give it to the government? The point I'm trying to drive home is there cannot be growth if there is no clear emphasis on how to develop labor and how to utilize capital in a nice mix that will bring the economic growth desired.
So basically, what I've understood is the fact that we have all these graduates that we are churning out from our universities
and are not utilizing.
So then my question would be about the places like China, places like India, and I'm using this as examples because that's where I see every time I read my medicine bottle, it's coming from
China, it's from India.
Kerala, naonanga tu hapo na majina zingine sielewangi vizuri, but najuanga imetoka huko.
Wewe umekumbuka Kerala because of Raila.
It was a familiar word, yes.
To answer your question, and sorry to cut you short.
No, it's okay.
I've remembered the question you had asked before I took myself and became a lecturer. To answer your question as to why we cannot produce some of those drugs locally, I'll tell you that if the environment, the business environment, was favorable to investment, a few people with resources would have come together, even a few pharmacists. You see the way doctors come together, create a doctor's plaza, and then they are getting rent income as they... A few pharmacists would have come together and created some of those drug manufacturing companies, put their money together and started. But there is the whole point of, will I get returns on my investment? Is the cost of doing business manageable? Is the government policy, whether it's tax policy, whether it's these costs and levies, whether it's a regulatory framework, is it favorable for business? Or will I need to bribe several people for several years in a way that is unsustainable?
Okay.
So you find that because of that, the investment in that sector becomes difficult. Manufacturing must have an conducive business environment.
Yeah.
In the absence of a conducive business environment, manufacturing is capital intensive. It is requiring a lot of capital and has a lot of costs. The moment then you do not create an environment where the costs can go down, manufacturing will not thrive.
You see, I like what you've said about pharmacists or doctors, people in that industry coming together and saying, look, we need like some 10 billion. I know we wouldn't lack investors, even within our own continent.
Absolutely.
I know we wouldn't lack investors, whether they're coming from Tanzania, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Zambia, South Africa, to say, look, we need to set up a manufacturing for something as simple as ARVs to begin with.
Yes, and our life depends on some favor of some guy elsewhere.
When President Trump wakes up and he's angry with Africa, tunaenda bila ARVs for 3 months. So why?
No, we free ARVs. ARVs are available in the market, and just like you can get them from the US, you can get them from India and China. It is because the ARVs that we've received for the longest time
was
free. And we were used to it being free, so the idea of buying it did not feature in our plan
and in our budget.
ARVs is just an example. We have many other drugs that we honestly do not have to import, but we're importing because for whatever reason.
Do you know what it takes to be able to actually be a big player in the pharmaceutical industry, say like Switzerland or India? India simply ignores patent laws that other countries have, just for starters.
And
they produce generic. Yes. Now the problem with anything that is generic is this: it doesn't afford you the same guarantees as the ones which are patented. Okay. They will definitely be cheaper because the economies of scale works in a place like India because of the population and their production capacity. Okay. Now, anything that has to do with any advancement in industrialism in any country has to do with not policies, everything notwithstanding power production. We have the capacity to be able to do exactly what we say, but we talk more than focus on what we need to do. Something called geothermal power. You hear me talking about Kenya should look at Iceland. Iceland has geothermal power like us. Iceland
has attracted manufacturing
because they produce what? Power through what? The geothermal process.
And it's a lot cheaper.
It is cheaper because if you look at, we're talking about Kenya, you're talking about Olkaria. some of the turbines that we have there are 35 years old. 35, just add 3, 5. Okay? You know how it works? That steam comes up, runs the turbine. It goes up, it goes back again, meaning that turbine is constantly running, and those turbines don't break down like today, tomorrow, and the day after. We have barely used 10% of our capacity. Barely. Geothermal power. Now, people who are willing to invest in geothermal power exist.
Absolutely.
So the question is the will taken into consideration, the actual intent of actually wanting us to industrialize taken into account. We don't need to look for geothermal power. We actually have it. We just need to tap it. So anything that we look at, anything that we want to, that you gentlemen were referring to as green, this country has all those ecosystems within which all these things can actually work. Yes. And these PPPs we keep talking about, they are people who would willingly invest. Our installed capacity right now for electricity surpasses our usage even at peak hours.
Even Kenyans themselves, watu tunaitanga watu wa bodaboda na mama mboga, they would be willing to invest in something that can actually bring returns. The same way we have invested in other Kenyan companies, Safaricom, Kenya breweries and whatnot.
The great Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia was built in such a manner.
Like
Ethiopians built
gotten
it
from the public.
Yes, they did.
Hiyo si deni ya mtu.
They crowdfunded that thing. Yes.
Interesting.
So there are people who came in to help, yes, but it was predominantly their money. All I'm saying is, I personally find it very tiresome when I hear people whom we have elected and who are supposed to work for us telling us stories about the things that we ought to do in the future, when actually we can start now. The blueprint for doing it exists. We have the wherewithal, and that isn't being mentioned in the conversation. So you wonder, do we really intend to do the things we say we want to do?
Actually, Big Daddy Cool has an answer here for us. This is Big Daddy Cool. Amesema, movie, I like your line of thought on manufacturing, but what you forget is the importation of all these things, e.g. medicine, is someone's cash cow. So to answer your question, do they really intend to, if they are getting that kickback you were talking about from places like China,
right?
10%, you know, that's actually it's a great deal amount of money. I'm assured, like after every quarter kuna pesa mzuri
ka 10%. and you know, that is why even the sugar sector cannot be sorted, because if you can bring 2 million bags of sugar at a go, and let's assume you get 2,000 per bag, that's 4 billion imeingia tu hivi Rosafi. And then now someone is telling you, you know, we need to fix the local sugar sector so that farmers can benefit.
Yet he's getting 4 billion.
Yet he's getting 4 billion at a blink. Or even now, for example, the maize sector. We have capacity to produce more maize. The coast has capacity to produce maize. It's underutilized. Even parts of Ukambani have great capacity to produce maize. It's underutilized. But
rice also.
In fact, I think we can produce a lot of rice in my hood, in Siaya and Kisumu. It's not being utilized fully, and you know why? Because if you can bring 2 million bags of maize, and then you get it there at less than 1,000, you come here and you sell it at 5 million a bag. That's 5 billion or 10 billion coming in just while you're seated thinking about the goodness of the Lord.
Ramogi, how well did you do in maths in school? Because your arithmetic isn't adding up.
No, he said 5 million a bag. He meant 5,000 shillings a bag.
Oh, 5,000 shillings. Sorry.
I caught it, but I know it slip of the tongue.
He has to say what he means.
My apologies. Don't be me. You know, he's my elder brother. So there's that big brother thing.
He may whip you.
Yeah, brother.
But now you see, just how, and I know this is just now me being aspirational here, but how much is enough? Where's kula 5 billion ama 2 billion moja na utulie?
No, folks, you know, The issue of development and the cost of cementing and institutionalizing impunity in this country in a manner that we see it manifest, what we call corruption, is actually the bane of our existence. It doesn't matter how many discussions we have when we talk around it. If we weren't hemorrhaging as we do, we would actually be able to run our affairs quite well. This is where now President Kibaki's term of office comes into being, because he was taking us in that direction. President Uhuru took us really further back.
To when his father was president.
He took us really further back. Now this government is taking us even further back. But part of the problem is that they're having to pay debts. People don't want to discuss this. How much do we pay in terms of debts every single year? It's around 1.3 trillion. So how much do we collect? 2 point something trillion. Do we even get to 3 trillion? So how much is actually left?
About 1 trillion.
Precisely now. And our budget is what?
So they are forced to borrow.
We have the question, they're not forced to borrow. Why must we have that budget? Why must the budget be the amount it is? I mean, in all honesty, we may need to borrow. We definitely may need to borrow, because whatever remains will simply not be able to meet just fundamental needs. Probably pay salaries, and that's just about it. But what I'm asking is this. It can't be the discussion that we keep having day in, day out, day in, day out. And yet, this country has proven that it can run on its own resources. It's been proven. We can. We've also proven that we can actually work within the budget that we have.
Right. Moi did it actually in his final term.
Moi, not only Moi did it, Kibaki did it. During COVID, also Uhuru did it.
There was no help coming from anywhere.
Uhuru did it.
So if we tighten our belts, like we are always told, because as it is, Kenyans are literally tightening. But here I'm talking about in terms of the government tightening its belts. And I've always said this. For example, I don't see why CSs, MPs, and other people, senators, keep on traveling. Well, we have technology. Even if you need to benchmark, it can be done virtually. Some conversations, they have to fly all the way to places like Washington, New York. They can literally do it here. If I can talk to my cousin in Germany, na tuelewane na tumalizane hapo kwa simu for even 3 hours, why is a senator or senators having to fly all the way to these countries?
Because you will not get per diem if you go to Germany. You will probably just spend.
That's what I'm talking about.
The cabinet secretary, on the other hand,
anapata per diem.
Anaendea per diem.
Haya, tukate hiyo ya per diem. Hii maneno yote ya president kutembea na gari sijui ngapi, hiyo pia tukate. And many other places where we can tighten. You know,
State House had a budget of 27 billion this year. 27 billion. That a small building hapo hiyo.
Yes.
Yeah, rais tu na deputy yake. 27 billion.
So if we combine all government what are they called? All these people that we're talking about, the PSs, the CSs, the cabinet, the who else? Even people in the
parastatal heads.
We can save lots and lots of money there. A lot of money that is being wasted, and we can have leaner budgets to help us get to where we want to get.
This country needs someone who will be crazy enough to say enough is enough.
Afanya kama Traore kule Burkina Faso.
Kabza, things. Although I'm not even sure about Traore anymore.
Yes,
but someone who would say, let's follow the law as it is. Constitutionalism. Let's respect our country enough not to rob it and then expect the best from it. We need patriots who would say enough is enough. Because when, as he has said, all these conversations rotate around one thing: leadership. If you have the wrong leadership, the ones that want to make 4 billion in a day at the expense of farmers, you have the wrong leadership, the ones who want to borrow and then the money goes missing into thin air, or come up with projects that never quite get finished because it's a cash cow for them. It all boils down to leadership.
No, it doesn't actually.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It does.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't. That's the argument.
Okay, what does it boil to?
That's the argument that people use, and they are pointing to the fact that we elect people and then they let us down. That's essentially what they're saying.
Yes.
No, they don't actually let us down.
We are corrupt as well.
No. I'm not even going there. That's really not my argument. My argument is this. When you have the tools with which you can repair something that you need for production, and you even know how to repair it because you're the one who even bought it and it came with a manual of operation, and you keep complaining that it isn't working, you have the manual of operation and you even have the tool to repair it, what do you expect to happen? That thing will lie idle as you talk about the problem it has, as opposed to using the manual of operation to actually repair what you already have. There is a need to hold people in leadership to account. It is not the leadership. We know what people do when they are elected. We've been at this game for a long time since independence. We know exactly what people do. We know how people change. We know how they look. We know. We do not seem to want to hold our leaders to account. No. And part of it is because we somehow haven't gotten into our heads that these people are likely work for us. President and everybody who is elected, we assume they are our bosses and our lords. They are not. So long as we see them as our bosses and not our servants, then we give them permission to do exactly what they want, as opposed to doing what we want or what we need.
Isn't that what we are doing by number one? Insisting on good leadership? Because everyone and anyone, anyone and everyone can and will be corrupted.
What is this good leadership you're talking about? All these people who are elected are promising and they are convinced that's why they are elected. And they even have a track record of having done good things.
The reason why we have police on the roads is because you and I have the capacity to commit crimes and commit offenses. All right? But you hold yourself accountable and you try not to commit that offense. But when you do actually commit that offense, there's someone waiting to arrest you and they will hold you accountable to the law. So the same way, we want the president and his people, his CSs and the ministers, but senators and MPs to be good people. But when they go astray, then we are there to ensure that either we remove them or we get them back on track. See, it's the same thing, but from different perspectives.
No, it is not.
No, it is.
No, I have a question for
No,
C.
it is not the same thing at all, Paul.
For CT. Under Uhuru Kenyatta is when I heard someone complain the other day that we are a very litigious society. We go to court over everything. And we complain over everything the government is trying to do. Under Uhuru Kenyatta, I remember they used to go to court. Court would rule in disfavor of the government, and the president would still do what he wanted to do, and in spite of the court order. So then there is accountability framework. It has been followed. The law has been followed to seek accountability. We have spoken against it, but someone would still go against it and do what he wants. Would you still say that there is a lacking of accountability, or what you mean is the masses would still celebrate this guy even though he's...
What do you understand accountability to mean?
I mean, accountability is me telling you you're wrong, and disagreeing with you when I feel you're wrong. And then after doing that, you having to take account of the fact that you're wrong and either make a decision in the opposite direction or otherwise.
Or face the consequences.
What you are alluding to is akin to you saying that the masses approve And because the masses approve, it really doesn't matter what a few voices like Ramogi, Mbuvi, City say, because the masses are the ones approving the doings of their leaders.
No, it isn't a question of them approving. No. They actually don't approve.
Absolutely.
And they demonstrate that every 5 years by changing, everybody was elected by almost something like a 70 and above percentile. It's not that. Holding people to account and understanding what leadership is and what it represents. Our understanding of leadership seems to be, especially the political variety of leadership, that it is a lordship of sorts and someone to whom we must be subservient and someone to whom we must seek blessings and someone for whom we must go begging. Yet the reality is the complete opposite. Why do we feel that it is important for you to receive 50, 100, 200 shillings from somebody and not connect that the receiving of that money is the guarantee that the things that should be done for you will not be done? So long as there are people willing to receive bribes, politicians will avoid doing what they are supposed to do. And the very money that they are supposed to use to bring about that development is the very same money that they will use to bribe you. It's the connection isn't difficult, but somewhere along the line we haven't got it or we haven't understood it fully. And when we say that this poverty we speak of, that we accelerate it, what would happen if people refuse to take bribes? Tell me, what would happen?
Oh, that would be a huge change.
Precisely. The dignity that you have sold for 50, 100 shillings, you will have it back. That person will relate to you very differently. Very, very differently.
But you should also understand that the very people who steal and come and bribe the public have created an economic system where they are sure the public is impoverished enough not to refuse their money.
Actually, no, Ramogi. The system of impoverishment is not within the control of the politicians alone. In a time gone by when we didn't even have this constitution, a time which is reflected now, the majority of people who say they are farmers in this country are subsistence farmers. People lived off that subsistence farming and even managed to take children to school.
Right.
In this day and age, even if there are no children to take to school, for some strange reason, people can't exist on that subsistence farming and have to be supported by their children or kith and kin who have work that they do elsewhere other than there. There is a reality check that must be imposed in our minds regarding how we look at our lives and how we imbue the interpretation of our lives as given to us by others. If you cannot understand that when you elect somebody, they work for you, then you deserve the problems you have.
So, City, what do you want us to do to our MPs? We go ban them in what is it called, Parliament, or
no,
or what?
No.
Because at the point of them presenting themselves, they present. They present that thing that we really want, that aspiration that we're looking for, with all these promises that they give us.
Actually, most of the time they don't. We elect them because they belong to a particular party, which is supported. And yes, so the esoteric reasons you're giving are not why we elect.
No, City. The point I'm trying to drive here is the fact that at the point of us deciding whether we are voting for Ramogi or for City, we vote for that person that we think will change our lives.
No, we don't.
Now.
No, we don't.
I mean, I don't know how you vote. But here's the point.
Kenyans do not vote that way. If they voted that way,
you can't.
The turnover every 5 years would not be as high it is.
But didn't they vote this particular government because they thought it was an issue-based campaign? Didn't they do that? You yourself, you say it here. The fact that they decided to vote for this particular government, it means that they were hoping that something will change in their lives, in their pockets.
They did.
Exactly.
did.
And it hasn't. Now, what do? They have tried. They have gone to the streets. They have made noise. They come on stations like this one and they talk about the Katiba, for example. What is it that you want them to do beyond that?
I think there's something you don't understand. What I'm discussing here is not
the
something...
cultural issue.
Yes, and it's not as though it's going to change tomorrow. I am talking about the consistency of understanding that anything that bedevils you must never lose sight of, you must never lose thought of, and it's something you must continuously bring up and talk about. Holding people to account begins with you holding yourself to account and determining, am I worth 50 bob? Am I worth 100 bob, 200 bob? Am I worth 1,000 bob? Because the poverty you speak of is not resolved with that amount of money.
Never, definitely never.
If anything, it is enhanced.
So, because this guy has stolen this money he's giving you, and there is the opportunity cost for this money.
Yes.
There is an hospital that could have been built.
Yes.
There is some students that could have gone to school for free.
Yes.
There is a road that could have been built. There is medicine that could have been bought. But because it was not, you receive that in the form of 1,000 shillings so that you can be party to that crime.
You've understood it perfectly. The opportunity cost
of it.
It is expensive.
Yeah.
You cannot equate what you get with what you lose.
Correct. So CT is submitting the thesis that it is not a leadership problem per se, because his problem is leadership is a bit too linear to describe the problem.
I am saying that it is the problem of every Kenyan, whether they are a civilian, they're in leadership, they're in the police, they're in the army. I am saying
it is a cultural problem.
Ni sisi wote.
And just perhaps to advance that, you know, it's an African problem.
It is.
It's not even a Kenyan problem. It's an African problem where the chief had it all. The chief had it all. The chief, whatever the chief said was.
Ni wakusema.
Ni wakusema. I see it even in some of these. They'll forgive me. In some of these churches we go to, the pastor is almost God.
Almost God.
What the pastor says, even if you read through and you're not seeing sense in it, you see people says what the pastor says.
No, it's not the pastor. At that point, the elevator is the man of God.
The man of God. Yes. Even in families where maybe some of these families, we have a family chair. Kile chair amesema. Nivyo. So it's not even a political issue anymore. It's a culture.
It's a cultural issue. But I will still insist, leadership needs to do something about it.
Absolutely.
As we also do something about
you
it.
See,
as the voters.
And I think maybe that's where we would connect with CT's thesis. There is a contract. We call it the social contract.
Yes.
The social contract is that you as a leader are supposed to show us this is the way we walk in it, in a way that fits into our aspirations as a people. And perhaps that's where now we would say that even though there's a cultural problem, if we had a leader that was visionary enough to show us that our culture is messed up and take us in the right direction.
Visionary and courageous enough.
That's why I called him a crazy guy who would want to change the system.
Thank you so much, Odhiambo Ramogi. This is where we come to a close as far as today's conversation is concerned.
Asante mingi kwa kuwa nami.
Na kwa wale wote pia tumeweza kuongea na wao katika mtandao, tunasema asanteni tena sana. Tupatane kesho asubuhi bright and early at exactly 6 in the AM. But right now though, after the news, great music, and later on we shall have Lady Mathai and Rania coming through on the Retro Box. But until tomorrow bright and early, hasta la vista.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. President William